Clinical Medicine, Wellness and Rejuvenation Center, Head Consultant on Cellular and Biochemical Medicine with the Guban, President of the Philippine College for the Advancement of Medicine, Food Supplement, Feed and Fertilizer Formulator for Rawheim Enterprises. Our speaker for this morning has numerous honors and awards. He was given the 20 Pangasinan Achievers 2011 awardee in the field of medicine. He was given the honor for Dangal ng Bacoor, Ulirang Ama for 2009, and Outstanding Research Fellow awarded by the Newton Hall Foundation in Oxford, England. He's also a Doctor of Medicine honoris causa, awarded by the Waltham College of the University of Oxford, Department of External Studies, Oxford. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure and an honor for me to introduce our speaker, controversial, well-loved, very well-known, no other than Dr. Robin B. Navarro, MD.
Thanks, Dr. Giorgio Bernardo. Our topic is actually, if you will carefully listen, is what I lectured to the group of Dr. Vicky Bello way back 1998. Twice I gave a lecture, how to stay young, beautiful, and handsome. If you like to stay young forever and beautiful and you never grow old, maybe like me. I was born 19 forgotten, 46. I'm already 67 years old. I can run. I can beat an elevator up to 12th story going down. I can run up to 31st story and beat teenagers. One time, I had a chance, kasi nagpunta sa akin si Honorable Xavier Singson. The brother became my patient. He was my patient too. Nandun kami sa labas ng clinic. Nakipag-arm wrestling ako sa dalawang bodyguard niya. Sa kaliwa, dalawang kamay. Sa kanan, dalawang kamay. And malipresod ka, medyo nakalamang ng konti. Okay? So, it's not only getting young, but you shall remain strong. One time, yung champion ng bodybuilding sa buong Pangasinan from Cyprus, we had an arm wrestling and nakalamang ng tayo. So, as you grow older, you don't become weak. You become stronger and you become younger. So if you will listen carefully, all of you will become younger than springtime. Magiging dalagat binata. Okay? So my topic for today is, the way with me is my beloved wife, si Dr. Liz. And she was the one who helped me prepare all these things. This is exactly the opposite of what you have learned for so many years already. That is, saturated fat and cholesterol are bad for you. Now I'll tell you, if it is bad, I would have been dead long time ago. I've been doing this since the 1990s. Eating plenty of eggs, drinking plenty of full cream milk and pasteurized, and eating wild honey. What do you think of me? Am I very, very weak already? Ako ba'y senior citizen? Okay, I'm not a senior citizen. I'm still very, very junior. Okay. That's my topic. The most malign food in the world is saturated fat. Okay? And because of that, the public was advised not to drink full cream milk. But I always give that to all my patients, and I take that several times a day, including my family, and nobody gets sick. Year in, year out. Nobody coughs. Everybody's healthy, and the IQ is excellent. Okay. So, plenty of saturated fat. That is what we need to know. Is it exactly the opposite of what you learned? Yes or no? So you will be shocked. But don't be shocked. I'll give you all the studies. Because if what I will present is not supported by any studies, don't believe it. Throw it away. Next slide. Here are my references. Dr. Donald Wheeler, Professor Sardin. By the way, way back about when I was in my 40s, I could not treat because of my cataract. And that's my big problem. Without operation, without laser, by the grace of God, with this diet, and of course my rapid cellular balancing or stem cell enhancing, now I can read without eyeglass. So my eyes, my lenses became younger, okay? Professor of Surgery, Division of Cardiothoracic Surgery of the University of Washington School of Medicine in the Doctors Disasters Preparedness. Annual 29th annual meeting at, okay, in July 17, 2011 with the theme, the bad things that government do to our lives with regards to nutrition. Okay, these are an expose, not, so everything is not mine. It's an expose, okay. Another one, down below, next slide. The Truth About Saturated Fat by Mary Nick, PhD, expert of international, okay, in the field of lipid biochemistry, okay. She has headed a number of studies on the content and effects of trans fatty acids, or what we call margarine in America and Israel, and has successfully challenged government assertion that dietary animal fat causes cancer and heart disease. So that's wrong. And Sally Fayong, author of Nourishing Traditions, the cookbook that challenges politically correct nutrition and the diet dictocracy. That means, as far as politics is concerned, it's correct, quote unquote. And diet dictocrats, these are people who dictate nutrition, even though it has no scientific evidence. As well as numerous articles on the diet and health. Also, this is also the past president of the Western Prize Foundation. So these are also my references, okay, and others. Next slide. Next slide.
I'm a general sergeant. I worked in St. Louis several years ago. And I'm a tennis player. I play about 3 to 4 times a week. I can play now 1 hour straight without drinking water. Without sitting down. Okay, but I have to take water sometimes, just wait for about 50 seconds. But several years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, I had a problem in my left thigh. I had neuropathy. Pain, so I had to stop driving my Honda. I told my friend, hey, I'm trouble, can't step on my severe pain here. Bring me right now to the office. And I know I'm going to get better because I've heard about RCD, rapid cellular balancing, recipe, all these things with care, and then taking eggs for 6 eggs a day, and raw wine honey. So I learned how to do this supplements that strengthen my heart, natural food. Instead of taking all those junk food, bacon, pork, it's useless. All of these shrimps, crabs, they are high in mercury. You have to be careful about these things. So I put my head, and thank God I gained my weight much stronger. And when I'm playing tennis, sometimes they will think, no, it's hot there. Don't worry about that. I will declare that big cloud in the mighty name of Jesus to go to our big tennis court, and in the next 2 minutes, God will cover that sun. How can you do that? When the Bible says that day in life, when the powerful tongue, this man is appointed by God to declare the good things about him. And in a few minutes, I think about 5 minutes, the cloud will clear. You have to know also what God says about the language, because the Bible is simplistic. Everything in there is for you touch on my head. One verse I'll give you that I use in my patient, and I've used it with some of his patients in training when I was his clinic in 1 Peter 2:24, that by the blood of Jesus, you and I were healed past tense. So spiritually, you have to go back to the Bible, plus taking what Dr. Navarro is teaching this morning. So you will live 100 or 120 years like Moses. So God is in control of it. Stop saying that I have cancer, I have arthritis, I will not get healed. You know where to go. Lower Town, number 20, City National Tower, Robert St. Francis, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, this man of God is there. And you will not lose anything, but you will gain. Because God calls people, not only to medical field, but you can be also an asset in bringing people where they should be, and they are needed to be seen by expert and doctor and humble man doctors. Para pakarami ng Diyos at mga
Thank you, Dr. Teodoro. Deuteronomy 11:8 verse 9, so that you may prolong your days in the land which the Lord swore to give your fathers to them, and that's a land flowing with milk and honey. And that will be my topic on Tuesday, milk and honey. And you will be shocked. Milk and honey prevents all diseases. Milk and honey treats all diseases, no exception. 100%. Dengue, cancer, or anything, all will get well with milk and honey. 100%. God declared that the people live long with milk and honey, but the milk must be unpasteurized, because if it is unpasteurized, it has all the antibodies in it to kill cancer, to kill hepatitis, to kill HIV, to kill dengue, whatever is it. If you are afraid of any infection, gastrointestinal infection, you drink milk and honey, nobody gets an infection, year in, year out. Your family will be the healthiest in the world and the brightest in the world. You look at the people, they live for 900 years with milk and honey. That is enough proof of the power of milk and honey. Next slide. According to Mahatma Gandhi, many people, especially ignorant people, want to punish you for speaking the truth. Well, that happened to me several times. I'm going to tell you anymore the story. I almost lost my license twice already. 2010, 2011, because I speak the truth. We want to punish you for speaking the truth, for being correct, for being you. Never apologize for being correct, or for being your years ahead of your time. If you're right and you know it, speak your mind. Even if you are a minority of one, the truth is still the truth. That is from Mahatma Gandhi. But what I can say is behind me is the way, the truth, and the life. So I'm backed up by this. Next slide. So what is the life-with hypothesis, which we've been following since the 1960s? They say that too much saturated fat is bad diet. That's wrong. And that will lead to high cholesterol. That's wrong again. And that will lead to atherosclerosis. That is wrong again. And that will lead to coronary heart disease. Those who said this are dead already. If you don't speak the truth, you're responsible for what you say. Anybody who does not speak the truth will suffer. Because the way, the truth, and the life is always there to punish anybody who does not speak the truth. You will only hear the truth and nothing but the truth. The theory that called the life-with hypothesis states that there is a direct relationship between the amount of saturated fat and cholesterol in the diet and the incidence of coronary heart disease. That's wrong again. The proponent, proposed by a researcher named Anselki in the late 1950s, is not a doctor of medicine. The most well-known advocate of this low fat was Nathan Pritikin. Remember the Pritikin diet? And many followed that, right? To lose weight, okay? Next slide. Anselki is an American scientist and studied the influence of diet on health. In particular, he hypothesized that different kinds of dietary fat have different effects on health. Keys postulated the correlation between cholesterol levels and cardiovascular disease, heart attack, stroke. And initiated a study of Minnesota businessmen, the first prospective study of cardiovascular disease, culminating in what is known as the 7-country study. Started with 22 countries, but he reported only 6 countries. That is what we call just choosing what you want. Cherry picking. And cherry picking is really what you call a bastard way of doing things. Because you do a research, you get 22 countries, and you pick up only the ones that will agree with your proposed conclusion. Okay? The results of the 7 countries appeared to show that serum cholesterol has strongly related to coronary heart disease, mortality both at the population and the individual level. As a result, in 1956, the American Heart Association informed people that a diet which included large amounts of butter, lard, eggs, and beef would lead to coronary heart disease. Actually, this never happened, okay? This resulted in the American government recommending that people adopt a low-fat diet to prevent heart disease. If that is true, I would have been dead since 1998 because I've been following that every day, every day. My supper last night is beef belly, and that is 50% fat. You can go there sa Shangri-La 6th floor, tender bucks. You can ask, Dr. Navarro is always buying this. Okay? Now, the result of low-fat diet is this. You look, my low-fat diet really works. It says, the fat hangs lower every day. So you become fatter with a low-fat diet. Why? Because you substitute carbohydrates. And carbohydrates will increase your fat deposition because sugar and carbohydrates will have insulin effect. What is the effect of the insulin? Insulin is a storage hormone. So it will store excess, what we call excess calories. For sugar, it is stored as muscle glycogen. To contract muscle, liver glycogen for storage. And the excess sugar will be converted to triglycerides, which will clog the blood vessel. The insulin effect will promote deposition of fats in the blood vessel and cause heart attack and stroke. So many studies has proven that increased carbohydrate intake will kill you. 3 times more powerful in causing heart attack, but never fats, because fats have no insulin effect. So if you take fats, they are burns energy, they are never deposited in the blood vessel. So I said there is no science in what was presented in the lipid hypothesis. Now I'm giving you the science because I handled biochemistry in Forest University, the College of Medicine. When I handled biochemistry, my students are from Europe and from America, all PhD. You know when the foreigners you speak something that's not the truth, they will dare and will tell you, I think Dr. Navarro, you're wrong what they tell you about. They are very frank. You know, that's what we call colonial mentality. They don't believe that we have something in our mind. So that's why my boss assigned me to do the work of lecturing in the biochemistry department. After 1 year, they made a survey of all the Americans and the British people, students, and to assess all the faculty member. And I was awarded the most outstanding faculty member in the College of Medicine. That means, by the grace of God, I'm speaking the truth. Okay? Another one named Pritikin, an engineer who had no formal training in nutrition or dietetics. He advocated a low-fat, high-fiber, largely plant-based diet fiber. Okay? In 1956, Pritikin was 41 years old. His cholesterol was 300, and had problem with his coronary, they said. In 1957, he had an anemia and leukemia. Following his Pritikin diet, he got cancer. And later on, rather depending on the life support system, Pritikin chose to commit suicide. If you follow low fat, low cholesterol, our brain is mostly fats and cholesterol, you will commit suicide or you will kill people. you become very, very violent. So two things, you become depressed or you become very, very violent. And that's why we call it double personality. I have so many patients who are actually depressed. A nurse came to me, Dr. Navarro, I've been treated by the psychiatrist for 3 years already, up there on the 4th floor. Now that's in the hospital where I'm a consultant. And now, that's in specialist group hospital. I want to commit suicide. And as a nurse, I treated her with my rapid cellular balancing system, RCB, stem cell enhancing. 2 weeks after, she came back to me. She wanted to commit suicide. 2 weeks after, Dr. Navarro, I'm very okay, I'm going abroad now. Everything's gone. Another one. This fellow wanted to commit suicide already. He came to my clinic. Dr. Navarro, if you have a 45 caliber, please shoot me now. That's how serious he is. 2 weeks after, he was all smile. Okay? I hope I have this slide. Oh, you can see that in the World Egg Day slide. Okay? Next slide. Oh, let's talk about types of fats. We have the saturated fat, that's found in animal fat, beef belly, milk, eggs, butter, and cheese. Lard, pork fat, and tallow, beef and lamb fat. Tropical oils, coconut, and palm oil. They're called saturated fat. And we have the monosaturated fat, that is one double bond. Monounsaturated fat, that is in olive oil or oleic acid. Polyunsaturated omega-6 is double bond. These are the vegetable oils, soybeans, sunflower, cottonseed, peanut. Okay, omega-3 from fish oils. Okay. You have the EPA, eicosapentaenoic acid, and the docosahexaenoic acid. Trans fats, and that's what you have in margarine, in bakery products. Okay. Imitation cheese and other processed foods. So here are the fatty acids. Saturated fat, we have there the palmitic acid, 16 carbon atom, found in palm oil. Myristic acid, 14 carbon atom, they found in milk and coconut. And lauric acid, also milk and coconut. Stearic acid, found in animal fats, 18 carbon atom. And here the unsaturated, monounsaturated oleic acid, olive oil. Polyunsaturated, the omega-6, 2 double bond linoleic acid, and the 4 double bond arachidonic acid, 20 carbon atom. Linoleic acid is 18 carbon atom. And linolenic, also 18 carbon atom, but 3 double bond. Okay, next time. Saturated fatty acids. Remember, if you have viral diseases, dengue, okay, Hep B, okay, SIV. I remember 2007, I represented the Philippines in the SIV symposium in Beijing, attended by international personalities. Everybody, management of HIV/AIDS, everybody was given 30 minutes. And I was the last speaker. And I was given 1 hour because I'm talkative. Every paper I scrutinized scientifically. Then when I presented my paper, after finishing, everybody thumbs up. Best paper from the Philippines. And then thumbs up. Best in English from the Philippines. And afterwards, all the doctors came to me and I treated them. And those in pain for 10 years, they walked the next morning. Okay? That is stem cell enhancing, rapid cellular balancing. Now, I said there is no antibiotic for virus. So, how do you prevent that? And how do you treat viral diseases? How do you treat Hep B? How do you treat HIV? Actually, I presented this already there, but it's never been used. Okay. Short chain fatty acids also contribute to the health of the immune system, and this is found in milk, unpasteurized milk. Propionic acid, 3 carbon atom, anti-colon cancer. Butyric acid, butter. Butter, you know butter, right? Ample butter. I did plenty of butter for my patient. That kills cancer and HIV and Hep B. Hep B, nobody gets well in the whole Asia except in my clinic. HIV, nobody gets well except in my clinic. Why? My diet is excellent. This is the Bible. Mukhang giniginaw na yata kayo. Okay, kayo nada ng konti yung telepon. Siguro tomorrow you bring your Americana. Maswerte pa siya na eh. Si King Fad naka-Americana. Okay, medium chain fatty acids. They have 8 to 12 carbon atoms and are found mostly in butter fat there. And the tropical oils, what are they? Coconut oil and palm oil. They have antimicrobial properties, are absorbed directly for quick energy. So, if you want energy, you get that. Okay? And contribute to the health of the immune system. Caprylic acid, 8 carbon atom. The zero means no double bond, saturated. It's antiviral and delays tumor growth. Antiviral, anti-hepatitis, anti-HIV. That's why they don't get well. Nobody wants to drink unpasteurized milk. It is banned worldwide, except in my clinic. Capric acid, 10 carbon, antivirus again, hepatitis, HIV. Okay? Lauric acid, 12 carbon atom, antiviral, antibacterial. So, you are being exposed to a lot of antibiotics just by drinking unpasteurized milk. But the antibody power of unpasteurized milk, if it is pasteurized, is lost. And you will see that in my lecture on Tuesday. By the way, in the morning, another lecturer, Dr. John Manuel, my son, will present to you how to improve your immunity against cancer, bacteria, and viruses. So the whole day of Tuesday, okay? Saturated fatty acids in milk. Long-chain fatty acids from 14 to 18 carbon atom. Myristic, 14, 16, okay? Palmitic, and 18 stearic. Can either be saturated, monosaturated, or polyunsaturated. Myristic acid, 14 carbon atom, saturated fatty acids, found in dairy fats. In the cream of the milk. Remember, you've been drinking milk, non-fat. You're losing a lot of potential killer for cancer, hepatitis, HIV. So you're a potential cancer patient now. Antiviral, okay? It's antiviral and antibacterial. That's myristic acid. Stearic acid, 18 carbon atom saturated fatty acid, found mostly in beef and mutton tallows. It gives energy for the heart. The heart chose palmitic, 18 carbon, 16 carbon, and stearic as the source of energy, while the brain chose sugar, especially sugar from honey. Okay. Palmitoleic acid, that is a monosaturated 16 carbon fatty acid, which has strong antimicrobial, very, very powerful, like antibiotic properties. It is found almost exclusively in animal fats. That means the antibiotic to kill microbes is there in the animal fats, beef belly. But everybody's got a beef belly because of wrong hypothesis, the light beef hypothesis. Okay? All of these are taken from the journals, okay? Well, when you say saturated fats, there are no double bond like this, okay? That's the arrangement, carbohydrate, no double bond, with carboxyl group here. When you say saturated fats, that could be either one double bond, okay, or two double bond, okay? If it is $2 over here, that's polyunsaturated fats. Okay, next slide. Top 10 causes of death in 1900 versus in the year 2007. Top 3, pneumonia, okay, tuberculosis and gastroenteritis, diarrhea. Now in 2007, heart disease is number 1, cancer number 2, and stroke. Why? Why is such a change? Remember, since 1950, we followed the lipid hypothesis. That means if the lipid hypothesis is true, there should no more, heart attack will no longer be there, stroke will no longer be there, and cancer. It should disappear in the top 10. Why is it they are now found in the top 10, okay? By the way, in 1950, there were only 500 cardiologists in the United States. But today, by 2007, there are now 30,000 cardiologists. That means they don't have heart attack patients. You can go to 10 hospitals. If you find a single case, you should be very happy already. Okay? Why? A 60-fold increase in a population with only 2-fold increase. Dumadami ang cardiologists. Because many heart attacks already caused by faulty diet due to lipid hypothesis. When you say hypothesis, it's not a fact. It's still a theory. In the 1900s, the American diet consists of at least 35 to 40% of calories from fats, mostly dairy fats, mostly milk, in the form of butter, cream, whole milk, and also eggs, plenty of eggs. Salad dressing recipes usually call for egg yolks or cream only, occasionally for olive oil. Lard or tallow from beef and lamb were used for frying, no cooking oil. Rich dishes like cheese and truffle, the hamburger, contributed an additional saturated fats during an era when cancer and heart disease were very rare. Butter substitutes made up only a small portion of the American diet, and these are margarines were blended from coconut oil, beef tallow, and lard, all rich in natural saturated fatty acid. However, in 1911, Procter & Gamble introduced Crisco, crystallized cottonseed oil, to replace butter. Okay, they said it's better than butter for cooking. Okay, next slide. Crisco is the first commercially marketed trans fat. You know trans fat is banned already, right? Wherever you go, it says no trans fat, no trans, because it can cause cancer. It can cause heart attack. It can cause stroke because it's highly oxidizing. It will produce reactive oxygen species that will destroy your heart, destroy the brain, destroy the liver. Everything is destroyed by trans fat. Trans fat is what we call extraterrestrial fat. Butter is seized in compromise that it is found in the body. Our fat in the body is similar to butter, but it's very different from trans fat. Okay. Now, this oil is used only for making candles and soaps. But because of lack of electricity, or because of electrification, Procter & Gamble was forced to promote this all vegetable derived shortening. So they use that already. And they said it's the healthiest alternative for cooking and baking and replacing lard and tropical oils. Remember, it was used for making what? Candles. So if you use this, you will get candles in the cemetery very soon. Next slide. So let's look at the lipid hypothesis. How did it start? We have plenty of scientists all throughout the world. If they only speak the truth, everything would have been corrected. Since they deny the truth, many people are dying unnecessarily, even doctors. Don't you know that the highest incidence of suicide is among doctors? 400 doctors commit suicide every year. You'll be shocked. Let me show you why. In 1913, a Russian scientist, Nikolai Aneskov, made a study feeding oxidized cholesterol on rabbits, and that caused atherosclerosis or clogging of the blood vessel. You know why? Rabbits are herbivores. Kumbaga sa atin, vegetarian. They don't eat animal foods. So if you give them cholesterol that is an animal food, that will be rejected by the body and that will clog the blood vessels, right? So that is the flow in the study. Omnivores, the dogs and the rats, they eat both meat and vegetables. Feed them a lot of cholesterol, they don't get atherosclerosis. So they should have experimented on dogs. But they chose this because they are trying to produce some result. Next slide. Ansel Keys said he chose only 6 countries up to in 1953, which was extended to 1970. And the result is this. This is the cardiovascular diseases rate. It shows it's increasing as you increase the percent of fat in the diet. Okay, that's from the Journal of Mount Sinai Hospital. Okay, next slide. Now, this is the result of Ansel Keys on 6 countries. But if you include the other countries, the result will be the reverse. As you increase the fats and saturated fat, there will be declining incidence of heart attack and stroke. But he excluded all these things. So you see, 22 countries choosing all these 6 countries to produce his desired result. If you combine all the 22 countries, the result will be the reverse. The more saturated fat, the more healthier you are. Next slide. This is the Framingham study in Massachusetts. In the 1960s, the American Heart Association, following the research of Ansel Keys and Russian scientists, presented the likelihood hypothesis as the cause of the heart disease epidemic and launched the prudent diet. In this prudent diet in 1960, the target dietary cholesterol should not be more than 300 milligrams at the time. But now it's 200, right? Don't you know that latest study about cancer, if you lowered your cholesterol below 250, that is from Science, okay? Circulation Journal, you will increase, you will get cancer. If you lower that below 215, so below 200, you are entirely exposed to cancer. That's why many of our OFW, when they went abroad, when they come back to the Philippines, they already contracted cancer. Why? Because the diet is plenty of corn oil, canola oil, soybean oil, sunflower. I was talking to two of my patients. They were 88 and 90 years old. And they were very, very sad. Their problem is only backache and so on. But they told me, when they heard me talking about this, they told me, I'm very sad about our 2 children. Why? They went abroad. One is Sabarco. That's an ship. Seaman. And the other one is in Hong Kong. Both of them contracted cancer, and both of them are dead already. Because they're exposed to corn oil, canola oil, soybean oil, sunflower. Polyunsaturated, when it reacts with oxygen, it will undergo oxidation, oxidative damage, and that's called reactive oxygen species. For you to understand very easily, it is like yung fats that are spoiled. It's spoiled. So you have fats that spoils in the body, it is rotten. It will cause cancer and any all diseases. Okay? Target dietary cholesterol should not be more than 300 milligrams at the time. Butter, egg, cheese, and beef should be replaced with corn oil, margarine, chicken, and cold cereals. Too much cereals. If egg is to be consumed, it should be limited to 3 eggs per week or 1/2 egg a day because it contains 230 milligrams cholesterol. Next slide. The first test, this is the very, very first test to prove that prudent diet is good. The first test of the prudent diet was Dr. Joliet's Anti-Coronary Club in New York City, which was founded in 1950s. Okay, spearheaded by Dr. Joliet himself, who worked for New York City. What is the result? After 6 years, the serum cholesterol in the subjects Joliet group on the prudent diet had dropped to 200. That is their desired goal, right? while those in the control from 200 to 225, from in the control is 250. Okay, that's reported in the JAMA. What the public was not told was that there had been 8 deaths from heart attacks while living on the prudent diet. Dr. Jolliffe died on the 4th year. He was the head. Okay. And no deaths from heart attack among the controls living on the high cholesterol, high saturated fat diet. Now, this is shocking. Total deaths, including cancer, strokes, and other diseases, on the prudent diet is 26, while high cholesterol diet is only 6. Very, very significant. Why is it that this is not being presented to us in our continuing medical education? What is happening? Why is it that they are hiding the truth when this has been there for so long already? Why? I don't know. But I will still speak the truth, because behind me is the way, the truth, and the life. If you think you like to assassinate me, I'm giving you a warning. 5 people came to assassinate me and they are dead already. I did not do anything. I sent them warriors. From May 2009 to July 2009, they are all dead. They came to assassinate me. I sent warriors. And the warriors that I sent are prayer warriors. We are only praying. And all these people sent to kill me are dead already. So, if you plan to kill me, better change the idea, or else it might go back to your family. It has happened to the family of people who tried to. I'm giving you a warning already. One doctor who tried to assail me, the chief of hospital, he became comatose. Because he didn't believe in my diet. When he was severely comatose, his score, Glasgow score is already 4. The neurologist says he will die anytime. He has been under the care of neurologist for several months. And he was dying already. And the wife came to me, also the doctor said, Dr. Navarro, you please treat my husband because he's dead. According to the neurologist, he will be dead the next day. The Lord said, love your enemies. But I don't have enemies. I know. I said to myself, if he has done something wrong in me, because that is what he believes, so he's not my enemy. The enemy is not him. The enemy is the things that he learned from science, which is false science. So I treated him, and on Christmas we were together. Next slide. Slide 4. Okay, right. Next slide. In England, at the same time of the National Diet Heart Study, the Medical Research Council was conducting a trial, the prudent diet, on a group of patients who had survived a heart attack. This is supposed to be the second heart attack. All had a heart attack, okay, survivor. In this trial, the soap margarine sheets in the trial, the USA were avoided. Rather, soya oil was used as the proper polyunsaturated fat, soya oil. Again, serum cholesterol was reduced from 250 to 225. It looks good for lipid hypothesis among the patients on the prudent diet. But again, there were the same number of fatal and non-fatal heart attacks in both groups, among the controls and among patients living on the prudent diet. This was reported in the Lancet 1968. Okay, now. Another trial, the prudent diet at the Veterans Administration Hospital in Los Angeles, California, administered by 2 doctors, Seymour Dayton and M.A. Peace of the School of Medicine of the University of California, Los Angeles. The trial ran for 8 years. Result, as reported in the Lancet Journal, of the 846 men in this trial, fatal heart attack deaths were reduced from 70 among the controls to 48 on the prudent diet. It looks good. However, the number of deaths from cancer were almost double among those on prudent diet. 31 cancer deaths among the ones on the prudent diet, and only 17 among the controls. So that means, if you follow the prudent diet, you are a candidate for cancer. Sabagay, kung kandidato ka naman, nanalo ka, maswerte ka rin. Next slide. Although in 1957, the American Medical Association, AMA, at first opposed. So American Medical was opposed to the commercialization of the lipid hypothesis and warned that the anti-fat, anti-cholesterol fat is not just foolish, it's also futile. And that's the word from the American doctors. It also carries some risk. But the American Heart Association insisted. And they were already committed. In 1961, the AHA published its first dietary guidelines, the substitution of polyunsaturated for saturated fat. And that is what caused increasing incidence of cancer. Cancer was virtually unknown. 1 out of 48 people will have cancer at the time. Now, 1 out of 3 women will have cancer in their lifetime. 1 out of 2 men will have cancer. Dr. Paul W. White disputed his colleague in the American Heart Association. He's a member of AHA, cardiologist, and noted that coronary heart disease in the form of MI, myocardial infarction, was non-existent in America in 1900. You won't get a single patient. And only one patient in 1911, when egg consumption was 3 times what it was in 1956. That means if you eat a lot of eggs, you are spared from cancer, heart attack, and stroke. That's what you don't know. You know why? The yolk of the egg is rich in lecithin. Yolk of the egg. What is the job of the lecithin? It will declog all blood vessels. All clogs will be removed by lecithin in the yolk of the egg. That's why lecithin is from the Greek word lesic. It's a Greek word like lesitric, which means egg yolk. Lecithin means egg yolk in Greek. It will remove all the blood in the brain. That's why my stroke patients, most of my stroke patients, they've been paralyzed, virtually paralyzed for 7 years. When I treated them, they told me, Dr. Navarro, nang ginamot niyo kami as if we just had trangkaso. After 3 months, we are walking already, we are driving our car. And that's because I give them 6 to 10 eggs a day. Those with heart attack, those with bypass, if you remember, there was one inquirer, he had a bypass 2 years ago and he died. Okay, I won't give his name anymore, I have no permission to give his name. But his friend, Jude Velasco. I'm running out of time. I have to concentrate on the slides, okay? And the Jude Velasco went to me, he was also for bypass, and now he's walking almost 2 years already without bypass, okay? And these are exact words. I began my practice as a cardiologist in 1921, and I never saw an MI patient until 1928. 7 years, he roamed around America, he won't get any patient. That's why when he introduced the ECG electrocardiography from Germany, he was told, Pare, you better abandon your course now. You better do another work. Wala kang patient. You don't have patients here. Nobody's suffering from heart attack in America because all of us are eating high-fat diet, high cholesterol, plenty of egg, plenty of butter. Back in the MI 3 days before 1920, the fats were butter and lard and high cholesterol food. And I think that we would all benefit from the kind of diet that we had at the time when no one had ever heard that word corn oil. Well, the corn is good, but not the corn oil. Okay, next slide. Then followed the McGovern report. Okay, the McGovern committee is composed of non-doctors. Okay, and they're the ones who decided the diet for the entire America. Next slide. Okay, and the Center for Science and the Public Interest. Okay, remember this? McDonald's French fries. Before they were using lard and animal fats for cooking. Now before they used beef tallow and palm oil. In 1984, the Center for Science and the Public Interest starts coercing fast food restaurants and food companies to stop frying food with animal fat and tropical oils and instead switch to partially hydrogenated vegetable oil or trans fat. So it has killed the American people. You know, you only understand the collapse of the American economy is because of this faulty diet. Many doctors died, their patients died, and there is an increasing claim on AIG collapse. It's like the hypothesis that's causing the collapse of the American economy. Next slide. And they promoted the US food guidelines, food pyramid. On the top is fats and oil, very, very fats, only and oils. And on the base is what we call the carbohydrates. And that's called the pyramid diet. If you follow the pyramid diet, you will die of heart attack, stroke, and cancer. What I follow is inverted pyramid, and that is the French diet. French diet is high fat, high cholesterol, plenty of butter. You only benefit if you follow the pyramid diet is you will have a chance to talk to the pharaoh inside the pyramid. That means you're dead already. Criticisms on dietary guidelines according to Paul Marantz, okay? Sabi niya, low fat intake may lead people to believe that as long as fat intake is low, the diet will be entirely good for them. This belief could engender an overconsumption of total calories in the form of carbohydrates, and as you increase your carbohydrate intake, you get the following diseases: cancer, heart attack, stroke, diabetes, and obesity. All of these are caused by the prudent diet or the pyramid diet because of too much carbohydrates. Next slide. The late Oxford professor David Horwin warned us about reducing cholesterol in the population on a large scale could lead to a general shift to more violent patterns of behavior. Most of this increased violence would not result in death, but in more aggression at work and in the family, more child abuse, more wife beating, and generally more unhappiness. If you don't increase your cholesterol in the family, if you don't eat butter, you will end up battered wife and battered children. Remember, a husband, he handles by the leg yung son niya at iniyampas sa pader, lack of cholesterol and saturated fat. So, remember a child, a teenager, he shot 6 teachers and 20 students because of low fat, low cholesterol diet. Remember, in Norway, he shot 70 people, low fat, low cholesterol diet. Next slide. The root of the confusion, according to Wilfred Walter Wheeler, Harvard School for Public Health. One of the problems is that strong recommendations have often been made on very weak data. Yeah, there is no scientific data to support these things. They may have been the best guess. It's not scientific guess at the moment, but often the recommendations are repeated so many times that people forgot they were rough guesses in the first place and come to think they are hard facts. This is a statistic study of cardiovascular mortality and egg consumption. You could see here a declining cardiovascular heart attack and stroke when you increase your consumption of egg from 0 to 400. The more eggs you eat, the more you're spared from heart attack and stroke. Analysis of the relationship between per capita egg consumption, data from the International Egg Commission and cardiovascular mortality in 24 countries from the World Health Organization, okay, indicates a significant and negative relations. 3 of the highest egg consuming countries in the world, Japan, Spain, and France, are countries which have the lowest rates of cardiovascular disease mortality. That is from JAMA year 2000. Throughout the world, the lowest incidence of heart attack is among French women, and their diet is inverted pyramid throughout the world already. And of course, the highest is in America. Okay? Well, it's up to you to judge. I'll just read this to you. Judgment is with you now. The cholesterol story touches not only medicine and research, but also politics, economics, psychology, and sociology. The cast of characters range from the obnoxious and egotistical to the well-meaning and misguided. It has heroes and villains, mavericks and traditionalists, all engaged in battle that sadly has little to do with saving lives. It has nothing to do with saving the lives of people. Why? It involves staggering amount of money. The politics of publication, the sociology of belief, why bad ideas continue to survive past their expiry dates. Expired now. It has been proven false. And the revolving door that exists between government advisory committees and the industries they are supposed to police. That is from the Great Cholesterol Myth. When the National Cholesterol Program, Education Program, lowered the optimal cholesterol levels in 2004, 8 out of 9 people on the panel had financial ties to the pharmaceutical industries, manufacturers of cholesterol-lowering drugs. So, if you are part of the panel, what will be your vote? If you do not agree, your budget is removed. You know that already, right? In 1966, Jeremiah Stamler, who co-authored the AHA, the Dietary Guidelines of 1961, wrote, "Your heart has 9 lives." Introduced his version of the prudent diet, low-fat milk products like skim milk, non-fat milk, and low-fat cheese. Remember, you have in the fat your immunity against cancer and also bacteria and viruses. Low-fat milk products like skim milk, non-fat milk, and low-fat cheese were recommended instead of cream, butter, and whole cheeses, reducing egg intake and cutting the fat of red meat. The book was sponsored by makers of Mazola corn oil and Mazola margarine, and that is distributed to doctors. The next slide. The Dietary Guidelines for Americans 2010. Previously, when there was no heart attack, saturated fat can reach as high as 40 to 50% of the fat intake. But it has been reduced to 10, now it's going down to 70%. So what will be the result? Okay, and this is what the American Heart Association says: meet the fat brothers and sisters. Okay, the bad fat brothers are the saturated and the trans fat. Okay, and the good fat, they say, is the poly and mon. Polyunsaturated and monounsaturated. Okay, next slide. Now, diets of people with the lowest risk of heart disease. Masai, Kenya, and Tanzania, Africa, meat, milk, and food, and blood from cattle, butter for infants. Diet, 60% saturated fat. If you give infants butter, they will be the brightest in school. I guarantee that. And they will have healthy minds. We are bombarded with autistic children. You know why? Because the milk, pediatric formula, has no cream. They remove the cream because of fear of cholesterol. They added corn oil, canola, soybean oil, and that will increase cancer. In the number 1 killer in American pediatric patient is cancer, and they get distracted mind. You get rid of the fats. The brain needs fats up to 5 years. So the breast milk is the best for baby, up to 2 years, and beyond, up to 5 years. Another group, the Eskimos, Arctic Ocean, whale meat and blubber, diet 75% saturated fat. You should know this now. 60% saturated fat, 66, right? And yet they are longest living people, no heart attack. The red deal, okay, camel meat and a mixture of camel with blood, 63% saturated fat, and the tukalau, fish and coconut diets, 60% saturated fat, all high in saturated fat, and yet they don't have an incidence of heart attack. Next slide. So if you look at the 22 countries studied by Ansel Key, look at this. He chose only the 7 countries. The rest of the countries he did not include, including the Masai, Inuit, Fernil, and the total of that could have been a reverse. Okay, next slide. Hunter-gatherer diet, they consume high amounts of animal food, prefer the fattest parts of the animal. Organs, tongue, bone marrow, bulalo, that's good for you, and brain. And they have little carbohydrates, okay? No easily digestible sugars, starches, and grains, including corn, potatoes, rice, wheat, and grain. Okay, next slide. Paleolithic era. Okay, next slide. the same. The evidence supporting lipid hypothesis, the experts, quote unquote, assure us that the lipid hypothesis is backed by incontrovertible scientific truth. Most people will be surprised to learn that there is in fact very little evidence to support the contention that diet low in cholesterol and saturated fat actually reduces death from heart disease or in any way increases one's lifespan. Before 1920, as I mentioned, coronary heart disease was rare in America. The Dr. Paul W. White, who introduced the German ECG in the United States, had to search for patients who could benefit from this new technology. You go around 20 hospitals, you find one patient, you're already lucky. The next 40 years, however, the incidence of coronary heart disease rose dramatically. So much that by the end, by the mid-50s, disease was the leading cause of death among Americans. Today, heart disease at least 40% of all U.S. deaths. Okay. It starts from the consumption of, if heart disease results from the consumption of saturated fats, one would expect to find a corresponding increase in animal fat in the American diet. Actually, the reverse is true. The fat is decreasing while heart attack is increasing. During the 6-year period from 1910 to 1970, 60-year period, the proportion of traditional animal fat in the American diet declined from 82% to 62%, while battle consumption plummeted from 18 pounds per person per year to 4. The Framingham heart study is often cited as the proof of lipid hypothesis. So, they think, yeah, in the early days they are supported by the Framingham. But what is the result? Subject 6,000 people from the town of Framingham, Massachusetts. 2 groups were compared, 5-year intervals, those who consumed little cholesterol and saturated fat, and those who consumed large amount of cholesterol and saturated fat. After 40 years, the director of the study had to admit, 40 years after, in Framingham, Massachusetts, the more saturated fat one ate, the more cholesterol one ate, the more calories one ate, the lower the person's serum cholesterol. If you eat plenty of cholesterol saturated fat, your cholesterol will fall. We found that the people who ate the most cholesterol and ate the most saturated fat, ate the most calories, weighed the least, and were the most physically active. They are the healthiest. No heart attack, no stroke, no cancer. And that is the result of the Framingham study. In a multi-year British study involving several thousand men, half were asked to reduce saturated fat and cholesterol in the diet, to stop smoking, and to increase the amount of unsaturated, polyunsaturated fats, such as margarine and vegetable oils. Result: after 1 year, those on quote-unquote good diet had 100% more death, low fat, low cholesterol, than those quote-unquote bad diet, high fat, high cholesterol. In spite of the fact that these men with high fat and high cholesterol were still smokers. But the author ignored these results in favor of the politically correct conclusion influenced by politics. The implication for public, sabi niya, health policy in the UK is that a preventive program such as we evaluated this is that is probably effective. Okay? The US multiple risk factor intervention trial, that is low fat, low cholesterol plus no smoking and other, okay, sponsored by the National Heart, Lung, Blood Institute. In America, in Europe, it's sponsored by the World Health Organization. It is the most expensive at the cost of $150 million. Okay, eating habits of more than 12,000 men. Those with good dietary habits reduce saturated fat, good quote-unquote, and cholesterol reduced, smoking, etc., showed a marginal reduction in total coronary heart disease, but the overall mortality for all causes was higher. That means on low fat, low cholesterol, you have cancer, okay, other conditions, okay, next slide. Similar results have been obtained in several other studies. The few studies that indicate a correlation between fat reduction and decrease in coronary heart disease mortality also document a concurrent increase in deaths from cancer, brain hemorrhage, suicide, and violent death if you lower your fat intake. Because the brain is mostly made of cholesterol and saturated fat. Actually, all oils that we get, animal fat and so on, they contain a certain amount of saturated fat. This one, the red one. And the highest is coconut oil, followed by butter fat. Okay, beef tallow, palm oil, lard, and so on. That is saturated fat component. Next slide. Diet factors and myocardial infarction. Okay, look at this. From 1990 up to 1900 to 1970, they noted an increasing incidence of heart attack over there. What about oil consumption? It is also increasing. So, side by side, with the increase in heart attack, is an increasing intake of polyunsaturated fatty acid. Tayo na ba ako? Wala na extension? 5 minutes. Okay. You could see this increasing incidence of heart attack, increasing consumption of polyunsaturated fatty acid. Saturated fats, beef tallow, has decreased. Okay, and this one, butter has decreased markedly, and egg has declined markedly. That means if you lower the butter egg intake, you will die of heart attack. Okay, next slide. I have only 5 minutes. Next slide. Well, it's true that researchers have induced heart disease in some animals by giving them extremely large doses of oxidized or rancid cholesterol at levels 10 times that found in ordinary human diet. Several published studies squarely contradict the cholesterol-heart disease connection. Next slide. Survey of 1,700 patients with hardening of the arteries conducted by the famous heart surgeon Michael Dubaki found no relationship between the levels of cholesterol in the blood and the incidence of atherosclerosis. JAMA. A survey of South Carolina adults found no correlations of blood cholesterol levels with blood dietary habits, such as use in red meat, animal fats, butter, eggs, and so on. Mother's milk provides a higher proportion of cholesterol than almost any other food, about 50%. It also contains more than 50% of calories as fat. Much of it is saturated fat, that is mother's milk. Both cholesterol and saturated fat are essential for growth in babies and children, especially in the development of the brain. If babies are given breast milk, no diseases. They don't need immunization. They are effectively immunized by unpasteurized milk or mother's milk. Next. Yet, the American Association is now recommending low cholesterol, low fat diet for children. That will damage their brain, and that will lower their immunity. Commercial formulas are low in saturated fats, and soy formulas are devoid of cholesterol. A recent study linked low-fat diets with failure to thrive in children. So the children are always in the hospital. Every now and then, they're dying there. A medical research council survey showed that men eating butter run half the risk of developing heart disease as those using margarine. Numerous surveys of traditional populations have yielded information that is an embarrassment to the diet dito. Kahiya-hiya. Nakakahiya sa lively hypothesis. A study comparing Jews when they live in Yemen, whose diets contains fats solely of animal origin, to Yemenite Jews living in Israel, whose diets contain margarine and vegetable oil, revealed little heart disease or diabetes in the former group, Yemenites, Jews, than those living in Israel. The study also noted that the Yemenite Jews consume no sugar, while those in Israel consume sugar. So you could see that alone from the American Heart Journal. Okay? Next slide. Pakita sila. Oh, tapos na ako. Comparison of populations in northern and southern India revealed a similar pattern. People in northern India consume 17 times more animal fat, but have an incidence of coronary heart disease 7 times lower than the people in southern India. The Maasai and kindred tribes of Africa subsist largely on milk, blood, and beef. They are free from coronary heart disease and have excellent blood cholesterol levels. Eskimos eat liberally of animal fats from fish and marine animals. On their native diet, they are free of disease and exceptionally hardy. An extensive study of diet and disease patterns in China found that the region in which the populace consumed large amount of whole milk had half the rate of heart disease as several districts in which only small amounts of animal products are consumed. That means really milk will protect you from heart attack, stroke, and cancer. Several Mediterranean studies have low rates of heart, societies have low rates of heart disease, even though fat, including highly saturated fat, from lamb, sausage, and goat cheese comprises up to 70% of their caloric intake. The inhabitants of Crete, for example, are remarkable for their good health and longevity. A study of Puerto Ricans revealed that although they consume large amount of animal fat, they have a very low incidence of colon and breast cancer. Next slide. Next slide is the end. Yan na po at maraming salamat sa inyo. See you on Tuesday. God bless. You can equate with the fertilized egg. But unfertilized, the chromosome number is 23. For cancer patient, I warn them not to eat unfertilized egg because it has the abnormal number of chromosomes. Because cancer has an abnormal number of chromosomes. But for non-cancer, if there's no choice, I allow them to eat unfertilized egg.
One last question, Dr. Navarro. What's the difference between the cooked egg and uncooked eggs?
Yes, for cancer patients, I give raw egg white. Egg white contains lysozyme, and that enzyme destroys cancer. But the lysozyme is destroyed by heating. It undergoes what we call protein denaturation. It is inactivated by heating. In egg yolk contains cysteine amino acid, which converts into glutathione. Actually, the rating of egg yolk is 100, higher than glutathione capsule. If you like glutathione, you eat plenty of egg yolk, you get another glutathione, you stay young forever. So, but the capacity of the cysteine amino acid in egg yolk is lost if it is overcooked. Cysteine becomes cystic acid, which no longer converts into glutathione.
Thank you very much, Dr. Navarro. Let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Navarro. We now have another very exciting talk. And our next speaker is a researcher and discoverer of the hot water therapy. He's a PhD from the Indian Board of Alternative Medicine. He was granted the Health Excellence Award at the 21st International Conference on Alternative and Complementary Medicine in Calcutta, India. He's an independent natural health and wellness professional. His hydrothermal therapy is specifically related to 4 techniques. By the way, can we call again Dr. Robin Navarro, please? Dr. Navarro. And can we call on Dr. Jimmy Villaco? Come over, please, to hand the certificate of appreciation.
On and off.
Dr. Irving, please read the...
The Philippine College of the National Medicine Foundation presents a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Robin B. Navarro for being a resource speaker at the seminar about egg and cholesterol. Even this 12th annual conference on the power of natural healing. Group Filipino, San Juan City.
Give another big round of applause to Dr. To continue, she titles The Miracle and Wonders of Treatment from Hot Water and the Values of Well-Being and its Secret for a Better Living. He's a very well-traveled doctor, and we are proud and happy to introduce to you our next speaker. His name is Dr. Faris Al-Hajri, PhD. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm very glad to be here. I'm thanking actually the PCAM, the Philippine College for the Advanced Medicine Foundation. I would like to thank also Dr. Erwin, who introduced me actually and to come to all along from Oman. My wife, she's from Philippines. She's Christian and we live together in Oman. I'm from Oman, Sultan from Oman, in the east. Nearby, so in Oman, so it's just nearby. It's about hot water therapy. Maybe something new, but it's not new actually, because from our ancestors they were drinking hot water. Chinese, Southeast Asia, they were drinking hot water for whatever reasons. But when I encountered to discover this, I was healed from various health complications. I believe that's the most important. So when I was cured from a lot of complications, I had lumbago, migraine, a series of asthma, and rhinitis. And completely I was cured within just exactly 6 months without taking any medicine, any drugs. My wife, actually, she's a nurse. And she was helping me a lot. I wish she could be with me, but we travel a lot. We just came from US trip, so she preferred to be with the kids. Thank you. I drink really a lot of hot water. I am addicted with hot water, and because a lot of secret to discover when I intensify myself to do scientific research to discover what are the hidden secrets. The water, when it's hot, it carries for your body to change your body biologically and genetically. Structure of your body change completely within a couple of time. So I drink plenty of hot water, and actually I requested that if possible to distribute hot water to all of you, anyone who would like to try the hot water. Maybe some of you know about hot water, but it could be also a new experiment to try with the new one. Also, I would like to thank all our colleagues who have been doing the speech before, Dr. Kelly, Robert, also Dr. Genevieve, she's not here today, Dr. John, and Dr. Erwin, and Dr. Robin, who just made the speech before. I'll start with the presentation. Yeah. Now, the hot water therapy. Now, hot water, the main aspect is about drinking hot water, following the methods of drinking hot water. Drinking hot water anytime can be benefit for you. But I came with a specific program that will help you, because sometimes you should not miss the program. And I will explain that later on. So actually we call it hydrothermal therapy or hot water therapy. So the main one is about drinking hot water. The main one is about drinking hot water. Then you have the hydrothermal steam therapy, which is a steam therapy. The hydrothermal air therapy, which is split in two different methods of treatment, which is the hydrothermal tower therapy and the thermal air therapy. The most important here is that when you drink hot water, when you follow the methods of drinking hot water, you will follow the hot water therapy. The most important is that we will concentrate on 4 basic elements of life that can provide you a healthy living, that change your body in terms of healing your body physically, emotionally, and spiritually. So, while you have here the water itself, which is the elixir of life, the energy from the heat of because heat is a source of energy. hydrogen and the oxygen. I will explain this now. Now we found about 25 benefits with the hot water therapy. It hydrates the body, as everybody knows. Increases hydrogen in the body, the organs, the liver, intestine, the spleen. That's a hydrogen pool. It strengthens the immune system. It strengthens the bones, the body fitting. It improves the brain memory and the brainstorming. It regulates the central nervous system, something to do with the hormonal balance. It eases the calories burning. Burn calories faster, and I will explain to you how hot water is directly related with calorie burning. Yeah. Of course, you burn the fats more because you melt down the fat deposits in your body. Reduce obesity. It eradicates toxins in the process. Kills, neutralizes the toxins in the body and the gas that comes in different forms: methane gas, hydrogen sulfate, and CO2, carbon dioxide. It cures the diseases and chronic diseases, and we'll explain about what are the diseases that I cannot find more than about 30 diseases that it already hot water proved to cure. It prevents diseases and chronic, so to keep you healthy in terms of your immune system, strengthening the immune system. It supplies the body with the full oxygen, which we do not get in the environment. We only get 21% of oxygen, the balance we get in nitrogen. But in some places where the weather, the environment is more, we have more toxic, more pollution, you will have less tendency of receiving less oxygen. So it's not exactly 21%, it will be much less than that. But with hot water, yes, it provides your body with 100% oxygen. It reduces HA, something to do with the free radical cells damage. And I'm going to explain to that about how it helps you to achieve a longevity, healthy life, and you look younger. To prevent skin deterioration. And myself, actually, I'm 51 years old. I just celebrated my birthday last month. I'm already 51, and if you see, actually, if I could have shared, if you have seen me about 5 or 10 years back, a lot of people say I look younger now because I'm completely asymptomatic, and that's proven by medical checkup, 63 checkup. I never encountered any disease since then, already 6 years, including my family members. And then I spread this message all over the world. It's now gaining popularity, where I had the privilege to receive a copyright from Library of Congress in the US and the Philippines as well, and Oman. It increases libido, the sexual desire. It brightens the skin and the eyes through the steam therapy. Regulates women's menstruation, something to do with the hormonal balances. It protects fetus of development and expectant mother, and we're going to explain to you, you'll see about what really the main factor being wrong for the fetal development of a baby. Softens contractions, allowing a pain-free childbirth. It strengthens the hair and reduces poverty. You may wonder why. What is the relationship of when you talk about hot water reducing poverty? Is about when you become healthy. First of all, you have, even for the poor people, the problem they face, the number one problem the world is facing about getting clean water. So water, the moment it's boiled, pathogens and all the harmful bacteria are destroyed by the time it reaches 60 degrees Celsius. So when it reaches boiling point, the water becomes safer for drinking. And that's one. The other reason is that when a poor person is, health is another problem. For poor people cannot work because they are in a bad health condition. So this just a free medicine. Once he achieves a better healthy living, and he can work and earn at least a minimum living to secure living for him and his family. It enhances the faith, devotion, because something to do with the hormonal balances, something to do with your nervous system. It regulates your nervous system, and it keeps you to understand who are you as human being, and what are your duties here in the world, and what is your legacy you need to leave after this when you leave the world. So you feel that your contact with your Creator, your devotion increase within time, most especially when you achieve to have a healthy living, no cost involved. You don't have to pay for the water, it's just the water that is within you and it is free. So brings peace and harmony. So only water for newly born baby, of course. We will know that for newly born baby they only have milk or mother's milk or bottled milk. They cannot have food for the first 6 months. But they need to drink hot water, and I will explain to you why it should be hot water, not warm water, and not cold water. It carries the 4 essential elements of healthy life. That's the water, hydrogen, as we said, oxygen, and energy. Now the scientific hypothesis, you see the fertile development is that we came to find that hot water is the source of creation and growth of every human being. No exemption. There is not a human being who came from an egg or from just an empty sac. Everyone was created as passed through the fertile development. And the water, the amniotic fluid that is encountered the baby, where the fertile development taking place, it's hot water. Why? We'll explain. Yeah, as you can see, amniotic fluid or amnion, first of all, is nourishing and for the baby and protecting the baby, the baby and the mother, the mother. The amniotic fluid is composed of 99% water. So when you look at the water, when you talk about 99%, the bonus is just 1% is the protein, collagen, and non-collagen for the baby. So you have, it's pure water. And the temperature of the water itself is 37.5 degrees Celsius. You can convert that in Fahrenheit for those use. It protects the developing baby. So it has been used. It's been found that amniotic fluid has considerable quantity of stem cells and has potential future medical applications. And they try to use amniotic fluid from donors and mothers and pregnant mothers who gave donation. And it was found really amniotic fluid has a lot of potential benefits for the health. But here you don't need to go to look for amniotic fluid, you need to just go for hot water because as you explained. Now, what is how you can achieve a healthy life through the hot water? So water, the chemical content of water is an H2O. So you have 2 atoms hydrogen and 1 atom oxygen. So it makes water. So oxygen, you need oxygen to breathe and to stay alive. So water got life, say elixir of life. 2 scientists, Downs and Blount, in 1877, they discovered that in 1877, 2 scientists, Downs and Blount, they discovered that the sunlight produces ultraviolet radiations. And that is enough to kill harmful bacteria in the living system. And if the sun disappears for an hour, no living being can stay alive. So if it destroys harmful bacteria, so heat in the meantime destroys harmful bacteria, melt the fat deposits in our body, and neutralizing the toxins. So in this case, sun they call heat or hot. So good health. So water plus heat, that's hot water, you got life plus health. So the hot water gives you a healthy life. Yeah, now the other formula. Now we've been talking about water that gives you life. Now we're talking about hydrogen. Hydrogen, a lot of scientists have been found and a lot of amazing, information about the benefits of hydrogen. It's the ultimate antioxidant. Usually patients that go to the doctor and taking amoxicillin or kind of other forms of antibiotic, but it's been found that 140,000 Americans are affected by antibiotic, and it's now becoming I mean, the side effects are more complex than the benefits of the antibiotic. So if you need to have the hydrogen, it's that the basic fact is that the hydrogen, once it is the most powerful antioxidant, then you can find with the hot water. And I will explain, tomorrow we have a workshop that will be quite longer, how we obtain hydrogen simply from the water itself. You know, and we'll do it in a reverse osmosis, where our Georgie, who discovered vitamin C, will talk about, he discovered how water is formed. And we do it in a reverse osmosis very simply, and found that it's not just only, I mean, very easy to get hydrogen from water in a very easy process. We'll explain later. So hydrogen is the fuel of life. That's what the science said. So hydrogen gives you good health when it reacts with the heat and with water, within water. So hot water, which is a combination of oxygen and hydrogen plus heat, so it gives you healthy life. So hot water, I call it healthy life. I call it miracle. It's a miracle because it's there in front of you. It's in front of you. It's available everywhere. You don't have to pay expensive bills for looking for the hot water. Yeah, it's free. Yeah, everybody was wondering, well, how I'm going to make a living. How I'm going to earn a living when I promote the hot water. Yeah, that is another challenge. But you see, you need to believe. I mean, so when you see the birds are flying, they don't have hands to cultivate to make food, but they fly and there's somewhere they can find a blessing. They'll find food. This is why we were created. We are a piece of miracle. A human being can do a lot, can do miraculous achievement. Is that to understand about, give, and then you'll see the blessing will come to you in a shower. Because I believe. I used to work depending on salary. Waiting at the end of the month, empty pockets within 5 days once I received the salary. Everything has changed completely. My wealth, the property that I earn, have helped me to resign from a work. Actually, I used to be an engineer, quantity surveyor. And I had to take the challenge to leave my job, including my wife, who was working as a nurse, and we had to take a early pension, a retirement. So that's a challenge that I do not earn a living, but when I believe that what has changed my life, what has given me a healthy life, and there is a story behind that family story that has led me to achieve this hidden dream, a weighted dream from the childhood. And I can explain that later on, or tomorrow when we have a workshop. How did I achieve to discover hot water? And I believe that it's not about me, that when I was healed, it's about other people. It's about to give this gift to everybody that can change their life as it changed my life. And I received a medical certificate from the medical committee, assuring my full checkup, 63 checkup, hemoglobin, everything, red blood cells, white blood cells, everything was completely normal, like a completely newly born baby, till now for 6 years. So showers of blessing will come. We should not stay selfish. We need to earn a living, but we should think about others. Give, and then you see the blessings that come to you. Amen. Oh yeah. The next is about the benefits of hydrogen. I wish that hot water is distributed to our colleagues and friends, participants. So oxygen burns the hydrogen in the living system, releasing the energy that runs our bodies. That's Albert Georgie, who discovered vitamin C. He found that hydrogen is the fuel of our body, of our life. So when you burn hydrogen in our cells, the energy that is released is used to run our bodies. Human body stores hydrogen in its tissues. And the most of that, okay, we'll explain it. So as you age, tissues hydrogen depletion may play the role to the cause of many of the symptoms of the aging process. So here we talk about antioxidants, we will talk about free radical cells damage, responsible for aging, and of course everybody, most especially when you start to reach 30, 40 years old, every day you look at yourself in the mirror, oh, how young do I look? I'm starting to get old, and I'm worried about my white hair, I'm worried about my skin and all these things. I'm getting old. Nobody wants to get old, but it's a fact we have to accept. But with the hot water, it assures you to remain looking younger. Every day you look shining, you look younger, days after days. That is, I'll explain to you that. Okay, now the next is. Now, hydrogen is used to hydrate our cells. So we are talking about the cells, the main factors that plays our body, that brings our body together all as a one piece, is about the cells that plays the role for our life. So hydrogen is the most important. As we talk about water, we need to hydrate, we need to drink plenty of water. But the missing factor is hydrogen here. So hydrogen is the lightest and smallest element known to science, and it easily travels throughout the body. Now, no electron moves in the living system unless it's accompanied by hydrogen. You can see the power of hydrogen. It's everywhere in our life, in our living system. Now, water is a mix. We obtain water, as Albert St. George has discovered, that water is obtained, or we say shower or rain, because we get water from the rain, we receive water when the oxygen burns the hydrogen. When oxygen burns the hydrogen. Now you see that we have a typhoon in the Philippines a couple of days, and I even put it in my face because that's related with hot water. And it's related with the faith of people all over the world. Why now the world is changing the climatical conditions? It's because we need to change our life. As Dr. Masaru Emoto, he did his PhD in Iban, and I was a follower of Dr. Masaru Emoto, who discovered that water has memory. Whatever the words we talk, water takes that memory and it acts accordingly. And that's in the Bible. That's in all the religions. That's in the Buddhism. It's in the Hinduism. I read the Buddhism. I read the Hinduism. I read the Bible. My wife, she's Christian. And I'm Muslim. I believe in every human. The difference that we have was not to make us apart. We were created a piece of miracle because I am different than you, for me to learn from you something. It's not to make myself away from you. And the reason with that is you'll never find twins who look alike. You'll never find in the family people of the same family, they look the same, they have the same characters. They all look different. We were created to look different. We have different approach, different mentality, different culture, different religion, different doctrine. We were here to love each other, to embrace each other. And I believe that hot water changed the world. And if you wanted me to explain to you how Jesus, I don't want to talk about religion, but it is what I believe, being a Muslim who believe in all religions. And I read the Bible, and I discover that Jesus, he used hot water with a Samaritan woman. I'm going to explain to you later on. I was in Chicago. I did a seminar in the church and said, I believe in Jesus. Being a Muslim is mentioned in the Quran, but he's not that. I don't talk about religion because we talk about science. I put that up there. Yeah. So next, please. I drink plenty of hot water when I make my speech. Nobody to think that it's about magic or anything. I may drink about 6 to 7 if I make a speech about 3 hours. That is about 3 liters. You know why? I get dehydrated. The more I speak, the more I lose water. If you just blow air to the mirror, you can see it. You can see you're losing water there. So we're losing water the more in the different various forms. So the more I speak, the more I lose water. I don't want to have a migraine, that's all. Because I do not take hot water. Or I need to hydrate my body. Yes, we need to take water, but the temperature plays a role. Yeah. Now, so with the liver tissues stores the more hydrogen. So you have hydrogen pool, P-O-O-L, in your body, when the largest of that is in your liver. Why? Because your liver plays a role to detoxify all the toxic you get from the environment, from different sources, from the food intake. And I will explain to you that I'm going to show to you how when you take hot water, it gives you because at the end you need the energy. And when you take food, it's a food rich in protein, food and so on. I mean, at the end, how it breaks down through the enzyme metabolism system to get the energy your body needs. But with the food, you have the leftover. You have the toxic that are accumulated from the food that you need to, from the waste that could be really turned into poison to your body. So the liver is the body's first line of defense, and it needs a supply of the most antioxidants in order to do its work of detoxification. It's about the liver, the main factor for your health. Protect your liver. The prime target of drugs is the liver. The moment your liver stores a lot of toxic and can no longer get rid of the toxic, then that's the time the liver gets damaged. Then your immune system is gone. You're going to get sick anyway. So, the hydrogen is the ultimate antioxidant. Albert Georgi, the Hungarian Nobel Prize winning biochemist who discovered the vitamin C, he found that hydrogen is the fuel of our life. Our bodies store hydrogen in its foods, I would say. So the loss of that is in the liver, then the intestines, the lungs, and the spleen. So as the liver, it stores the greatest amount of hydrogen, as we explained, is the body's chemical factory and the most important factor, organ for protection and self-defense. The liver detoxifies the poisons to prevent getting into the body. Cancer changes. Now we talk about cancer. I'm going to prove to you how hot water can cure cancer. But let's be united here with the alternative medicine to be able to prove it's not a way of fighting the pharmaceutical industries, but it's to be side by side to prove that human being has his own body capable, own mechanism to fight disease. But the moment you take a foreign body, that's where your immune system got to get triggered and it becomes independent of foreign bodies. Then that's something will go wrong. Then next time when you get sick, your immune system doesn't do its function and waiting for the foreign body to do its function. A human being is not a machine that can need to replace its spare parts or to repair. Human being is a miracle that has its own mechanism to repair. Take care of yourself as a whole man. Holistic health is the most, we can say, prominent to provide you a healthy living. So the cancer changes the body's biological terrain in its favor in order to get rid of the toxins, because the body to dump its electrons in the urine, and the body becomes oxidized. Cancer cells have no hydrogen in them at all. Now, every human being, every person, every one of you who may be in any healthy condition, you will have cancer cells in your body. They are there. They have a function for your immune system to protect you. But how do they become cancerous? How does it turn to become a disease? Cancer disease is because they run out of hydrogen. Now, I'll explain to you. I don't want to say about, okay, we go to the next slide. Okay, when you hydrate the cells, it plumps and become healthy, and your body moves into anabolic states. But when your cells become dehydrated, lack of water, lack of hydrogen, lack of oxygen, so on, your body goes into a catalytic state and starts to eat its own muscles. Okay, so when we concentrate on the cancer cells, when we say the cancer cells that have no hydrogen, when you start to how the relationship that you can prevent the cancer, you can keep your cancer cells remain on its constant position, so they do not grow, is to prevent them is by hydrating your body and you inject hydrogen. There is no injection of hydrogen. Hydrogen has been found with a lot of benefits, but you will never find any scientist will come and say, I discover how to inject hydrogen to the human body. There is no scientist who come to discover that. I have discovered a scientific evidence how to inject amniotic fluid or water or hot water to a pregnant mother. It's a miracle. Where the water came from, where the temperature, who has raised the temperature? By itself. We have to believe on that it can through its own mechanism. The body will do its own mechanism to raise the temperature, to protect the baby. Now what's happening? Why the amniotic fluid is hot? For many reasons. Because heat is the source of these wrong harmful bacteria. So it protects the baby from any infection when the pregnant mother gets sick. Secondly, it allows the baby to receive purest ever oxygen. Because the hydrogen bonds and oxygen bonds, they split through the heat energy on water. Very simple. Yes, we may talk about electrolysis, but you cannot drink the water that's been electrolyzed. That's a different experiment, scientific experiment, to receive hydrogen through electrolysis on water. Here, very simple, through the heat process of water. Now, if they found that hydrogen has a relationship with the aging, which we'll talk about later. Now the baby, when he grows in the womb of his mother, he received the hydrogen because they found that the more we grow older, we lose hydrogen depletion. That's the one that plays a role in your aging problems and getting sick very easily. Your immune system gets weak, and of course, problem of skin deterioration and other aging reasons. Now, what happened here? Why babies, they have more hydrogen, or younger children, they have more hydrogen pooler than the old people, older people? Why that process happening? That there's a depletion, that we do not maintain the hydrogen level in the hydrogen pool, and the most important with the liver, that can protect us from any toxins and other reasons. Is that when during the fertile development, because of the water through the heat process, the hydrogen bonds and oxygen bonds, they get split through the heat. So the baby receives hydrogen 24/7 throughout the fertile development. So for 9 months, by the time the baby is born, he has a full hydrogen pool left in his body. Very simple. Now if we talk about Albert Georgi, who discovered that water is formed when oxygen burns hydrogen and the living system. Scientists, they call it water vapor. So you have the sunlight on oceans, then it rays up, and because hydrogen is the lightest element, it's not affected by gravity. So it rays up above specific altitude, where it stays there as in the form of clouds. So that is not water vapor only, it is the hydrogen reaction from the water, which is H2O. Why? Because he said oxygen burns hydrogen. Now we know, everybody knows, to receive rain is that you have the clouds. You never have rain in an empty cloud, clear sky. You never have rain, that's just fall from the sky without any clouds. So, and what will happen here is that you have the clouds. That's a hydrogen. So when you have a low precipitation, when you have low pressure, then what will happen? The weather gets hot and get mixed with the clouds, which is extremely cold, and you have the weather hot and then melt down. So you have precipitation through that process. So what is formed? From hydrogen burns, when hydrogen burns oxygen in the living system. So now we have the typhoons and the cyclones, and all these things are because of extreme weather condition, hot air in the environment, and then you have a low pressure and heavy clouds and extreme weather condition because of the sunlight deposits on the water itself, on the oceans, and raise a huge quantity of hydrogen, or steam, or the vapor, or hydrogen itself, to the upper atmosphere. So all that will cause the typhoons and cyclones and all this. Yeah, hydrogen. Hydrogen, which is a colorless and odorless, a non-atomic, tasteless, highly flammable, the atomic gas with the formula H2 at a standard temperature. So the hydrogen is the most abundant chemical element. Hydrogen mixed with high oxygen has a very powerful explosive across a wide range of proportions, like hydrogen bomb and so on. Now, Antoine Lavoisier in 1783, he discovered that water is formed, as George, is formed when hydrogen is burned. When oxygen burns, hydrogen the basic system, so it's almost the same hypothesis. The sun's energy comes from the nuclear fusion of hydrogen. This is the power of hydrogen. Now, we talk about the free radical cells damage. That everybody is looking for this. How can I remain young? You grow old, but you keep your body looking young, shiny, healthy. That's everybody looking for that, most especially when you start to reach a specific age, 30 and above. Now, you see, human body has millions or hundreds of millions of atoms. And within the atom, you have the nucleus, electrons, and the protons. So what happens here? When it goes, the oxygen atom goes into oxidative process. It becomes oxidized. When you take an apple, you cut an apple, it becomes oxidized, it changes. So this is what's happening with the atom, the oxygen atom. So what happened here? When you become infected, so it the electron loses its partner, then become oxidized. That's the time where a series of attacks, series of damage with the electrons start to go on, and then become more oxidized. Your body goes into deterioration of your health because you have no more. There's damage with the radical cells. So, now, if you do physical exercise, and I'm going to explain to you about calories, how to obtain relationship with the calories directly. And everybody knows that to do physical exercise is important, but also you go into dehydration, so you need to compensate the water. So what would be that the exercise, physical exercise, can provide you better health? So when we'll talk about that later on with calories. But let's see here, when you're under no physical activity, then your body becomes highly oxidative, and there will go stress and diseases. But when you go high intensive exercise, your body goes into high oxidative stress, that also causes diseases. When you go into moderate, intensive, regular exercise, you have low oxidative stress. So that's the problem with the athletes, people. They go with the health complications because they have gone into complete dehydration of their body. They do not compensate the water that they lost and the hydrogen that was used, with the formation of the, hydrogen-oxygen bond. So when you do exercise, that is the one who provides the energy that body needs. And we'll explain about the calories. Yeah. This is about Dr. McGillich, the American scientist, who discovered about intensive research about water itself. He's telling you are not sick, you are thirsty. Do not treat thirst with the medication. Our life, our planet, over 70% of the surface of the earth is water. Our health depends on the quality and quantity of the water we drink. But the temperature of the water plays a role. I think you may have heard about President Bill Clinton. He got a heart attack because he was drinking cold water after the meal. And they found that drinking cold water after the meal will solidify the fat deposit in your intestine. And that will cause a long-term health complication. And also, one of the reasons of cholesterol, that you have a clot of fat deposits that will block the arteries, the blood, the veins, and within time, then you have a problem with the flow of the blood, and you have a cholesterol causing with other problems. So our life, next please. Now, it's about, talk about magnesium, talk about the human body. We are a dry fish. Look at ourselves, but we are a dry fish. And we can, from the womb of our mother, we are like a fish with a hot water, amniotic fluid surrounding the baby. Now, our brain, which control our brain, our body, 76% water. You can see how water here plays a big role. Our lungs that provide us with oxygen to breathe, 90% water. Imagine our blood that transport nutrients, proteins, and all oxygen, 82% water. Our muscles that plays a role for us to move around, 25% water. Even our bones to keep us strong. This is something that plays a role with the osteoporosis. So, because lack of water, you still have 25% water in your bones. So our whole body is composed of 75% water. Yes, so that's why I say 3/4 of our body is water. So we are dry fish. Yeah. Dry fish. But not really dry. So, yeah. Now, this is very important about drinking a glass of water before meal. The problem of acidity, gastroenteritis, ulcer, and other problem-related problems are caused from the food we take. That's one of the main factors. And lack of drinking a glass of water before having your meal. Now, Dr. McLeish explained that what is important of drinking a glass of water, he's talking about water. But here I prefer I change it to hot water to become energized water. The water gains energy the moment it's hot. You can try these experiments by yourself. Put a liter hot water in a container, well covered. You shake the container and open it up, you see it will make it like a gas and it will explode. Like that. When it's hot. But when you put in warm water or cold water, it won't do that. You can see the power of hydrogen. So that is. So now what's happened? But we take about water as it's the most important. Sulfur. Why do we have to drink water before meal? 15 minutes to half an hour. Now, when you drink the water, it goes to your stomach, and the water triggers it's a signal, a brain signal, to tell all the glands to secrete a hormone. We have hundreds of glands in our body, and every hormone has a different function. You have the insulin, is one of the hormones secreted by the pancreas. You have the serotonin, that controls your mood, and so on and so on. Your sexual desire, and many glands with different functions that control everything in our body. Depends upon how the secretion of the hormones by the glands in a proper way, so that we don't go into hormonal imbalance. When somebody is in a bad mood, he's in a stage of hormonal imbalance. When somebody is hyper, the same thing you say, he's in a stage of hormonal imbalance. When a mother is pregnant, she goes into hormonal imbalance. And so on. So every single day, when we are under extensive stress, we go into hormonal imbalance. How we can prevent stress? How we can prevent disease? How we can prevent our mood? How we can prevent we can keep our sexual desire, our libido, maintain it. How we can remain young? It depends on your hormonal balances of your your body. Now, since you already knew that water is elixir of our life, and water will trigger the glands to secrete a hormone. Now, when you talk about before eating your meal that you eat has a benefit for you to get proteins, fats, carbohydrates, but you have a problem around the road about the side effect, the waste that need to be flushed out. Those wastes, the more they stay in your body, the more they detoxify your body. So what you need to do here to protect yourself from ulcer, from gastroenteritis, from all related problems, health complications, and to cure also as well, you need to drink a glass of hot water half an hour to 15 minutes before your meal. Now what happened? So the moment all the glands secrete a hormone, that hormone mixed up with the water that will be in line to your intestine will form a coating. Because as you know, our intestine is so soft. The layer of the intestine and our stomach so soft, very soft. And that the hormone with the water is like a coating to protect you from the hydrochloric acid, HCl. Everybody knows the danger of hydrochloric acid. It goes first to burn. When you put it in a body, it goes to the other side. This is naturally secreted by your stomach. That is the one that will ease the digestive system, hydrochloric acid. You eat meat, you eat hard food. It's not the stomach that will chew, will digest the food without the presence of hydrochloric acid. But that hydrochloric acid, without the protection of your intestine and stomach, then you have a problem of ulcer, because it can turn the layer of the stomach and then become a wound. And that wound, that's why ulcer cannot easily be treated, because you keep on eating and you cannot stop eating. And people who have ulcer, gastroenteritis, acidity, and all that related problems really cannot have access to cure the problem, because they cannot stop eating. And the food they eat causes that problem. So you can prevent that one, or a person with any related gastroenteritis problems, to drink hot water half an hour. And of course to follow the methods of drinking hot water that we'll explain later on. It's not about drinking only one glass before you meal, or before your dinner, before your lunch, breakfast. It's about following the process, the methods of how to reach about 3 liters minimum of hot water every day. You will not drink the 3 liters at once, but you need to drink this later. We have 5 minutes, but we have a lot of slides to talk about that we can do tomorrow. Right. So what happened after protecting your stomach? The excessive water with the hormone goes to your cells to hydrate in a way like you are watering the garden. So the same thing, our cells become hydrated. So the excessive water and the hormone will benefit you for that. And then it goes to the stomach to hydrolyze the food. And the same thing, it protects you. It allows the food to pass easily through the intestine. Alright, so the time is quite over. We have 5 minutes? Okay, alright, so anyway, tomorrow we have a workshop to consider. When I talk looking at the slides, it's different than talking to you directly. When I talk directly, but because I need to provide you with the scientific evidence, but when I talk directly to the public, that's where you feel touch, because water is a spiritual touch to our body. And I wish tomorrow that I can explain about Dr. Masaru water, and how water has a memory, and every single word, and how it plays a role to create a relationship between human and human. How it changed my life with people to understand, you are my brother, you are my brother, you are my sister. And I can give you the evidence how I believe that you are my brother, that how we have all the factors that unite us, that are fact that we are really brothers and sisters. faith within myself. Not as understand. That changed my life. Give, love, and let the love flow by itself from others. And through the water, as it plays a role, because how it reacts with the hormonal balances, how when I say a bad word, yes, I know time is out, how when I say, if you say a bad word, how that bad word will differentiate with a good word to a person and he will act accordingly. Is how that it transferred to the nervous system and it triggered the brain to say, hey, he said a bad word, you need to react this way. And he said a good word, you need to react this way. Is how the brain, accordingly, it takes that which is through the water. Because the blood, and the blood is 92% water. So the blood carries the hormone to the brain to trigger the nervous system to tell, to give a signal, he said a bad word, or he said a good word. So that you can see, water really can play a big role to change the life of human being, to provide peace and harmony to all over the world. And if you go to our ancestors, if you talk about religion, I mean, you know, later on if you talk about another section of religion, I can tell you about how water was used in religion in different, even human civilization. When you look at NASA's picture, you can see human civilization concentrate wherever water is. You can see all along the rivers and the sea, because human, that's a form of civilization, how water can change our self to heal us physically, emotionally, and spiritually. And I can put explain it on if you want to call me to ask me to explain to you also how it can play a role for us to heal us even spiritually, to understand the spirit effect of human being with other human beings. In fact, we have our book. This is the first edition of the book. The other edition of the book will take quite time. That will contain a lot of scientific evidence. This book, when I was writing this book, I was going through the various challenges in my life. Because it's normal when you come to tell the people what you believe that has changed your life, and you want what is happening to you, you want everybody to benefit the same way you benefit, you encounter a challenge. It affects your relationship with your surrounding society, with your workplace, with your boss, with your colleagues, with friends, with relatives. But be patient. And when I was encountering the action, I had to be patient. I used to believe that I need to write a word, how can I encounter a problem? How can I face when I say somebody who challenged me, somebody who comes misunderstanding you? How can I know that this person, he really needs me to come to encounter me in a negative way? And how can I also react to the person? With that, I was writing a book of theory. Theory of well-being and the secrets for better living. Means how we can deal with people, how we can control our stress. It's a kind of meditation. So it's about 155 theories explaining you about how we can live a wellness lifestyle. So it goes side by side with hot water therapy. Actually, this book you will never find it in the market, only through the author house by print-on-demand technology they do, or you can order the book from author house. I only printed few, only in the Philippines. And it's just, it's not, we won't find it in the library. So you may be considered it's a special book. I didn't want to put it in the market because it is the beginning of the mission. If I put a huge quantity in the shelf, it will lose its credibility. And my mission is a long-term mission, not today. Thank you very much. God bless you all. The price of the book is 450 pesos. And the wellness is 300 pesos.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faris. May we give him another round of applause? Any questions from the audience? Dr. Kirti.
Sir, Doctor, may we know when did you start drinking hot water?
I started exactly 6 years. I'm now going to about 7 years. 6 years I started drinking hot water. I was drinking warm water for 14 years because I have a history of my childhood, a phobia. I used to be afraid to have disease. When I have a headache, I said, oh, it will happen like what happened in my life. I'm going to be sick forever. I'll be there, I'm going to take care of my children. So it's a phobia. Worried to be sick. So I used to read a lot about health. So when scientists discover about warm water, can cure all diseases, and scientists also, I counsel with some scientists who discover drinking 1.5 liter of water in the morning before brushing your teeth, standing. I did that for 4 years, and I was feeling my stomach was blocked. Somehow it benefited, but that was not enough to protect me from the danger of the environment, the living today. So I found that warm water will do lots of benefits, but with the life today we live, you need to look into the hot water benefits. Of course, I did explain about methods of drinking hot water, a lot of slides. It's really a very long issue because everybody wants to discover the hidden secrets. And today I'm 20% of the topic I'm supposed to talk about. But I have tomorrow because I have 3 hours. Thank you, Doctor.
Hot water or lukewarm water?
Thank you very much. Water comes, what I'm talking about, we need to define. When we say warm, what is warm? When I say hot, what is hot? Boil. So I came to define water in 4 categories. Cold, warm, hot, boil. Of course, if you drink more water, you're going to die, so no. Okay? It's hot, because warm is the room temperature. When you keep the water here, of course, so this water, it's warm water. It's the room temperature. Oh, yeah. Oh, this one is hot. Yeah. So, I requested to distribute the hot water, so I believe, please, all of you start to drink hot water. But I need to explain to you also the symptoms that what will happen to you when you start, most especially when you are not used to drink hot water. When it's your first time, you will move into detoxification, changes. You will need to know what will happen. Do not worry. But you need to know. That's very important. And some people that have problem with acidity, acid reflux, they think that by drinking hot water, it goes acidity. No. No. It's also to understand the principle, to understand the methods. The more you understand, the more you discover, the more you come to, because just not to drink hot water. No. Because I came here to say big cow application. Believe, implement, continuation. Do not drink and then you have the already stop. This is not a drug that you take for a couple of days to start. Throughout your life, you need to go for it. Appreciate, feel it, enjoy. Share the news to the best you can. When somebody is healed, you're going to try. When somebody says, you have changed my life. Please, understand. Now, if what I revealed here is just few information about what we're supposed to understand. It's really a lot of information about hot water. So actually, it's hot water. Cold water will kill you. So cold water, boiled water, it's a poison. It's a poison. Cold water, solidified. I know it's you have the reason to say the weather is hot. I can explain to you later on that it's not, but you cannot change the environment. The environment is hot, but you need to know that drinking hot water will help your body to regulate your body temperature. I can explain to you later. It keeps your body to regulate, to cope with the weather. In Oman, in the Middle East, the weather, is 50 degrees Celsius sometimes. 44 to 50, 44 to 50. That's what Fahrenheit, 100 plus, 180, 110 degree Fahrenheit. You can imagine. And in winter, it's about 25 to 30 to 35, but mostly daily time it's 35. You can imagine living in that country and I drink hot water in summer when the weather is 48 degrees Celsius, but I can stand in the weather for 1 hour and I can challenge anybody cannot stay for 1 hour. That I can explain to you scientifically how it helps your body to regulate your body temperature. It's hot and how the cold will cause a side effect that you can even collapse. And what will happen is that I cannot explain long about here because I need to short explanation. Any question? Can we give some other question? I believe it. Yeah.
Arnold, you have a question?
Well, actually, you answered my question. I wanted to know what happens when you boil water, make tea and coffee and some soups and things
Thank
like
you
that.
very much.
So you answered the question already.
No, I didn't answer. That's when you talk about tea, coffee, or like that. Some people they say green tea could be a substitution to water because for whatever reason, because it doesn't have a chip test, or water is tasteless and colorless, blah 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 like that. Believe me, water is a miracle. The moment you add any molecule in water, it's no longer water. It's no longer H2O. You have changed it. Either it becomes herbal, or it becomes toxic, poison. It will kill you. Sorry. It will kill you. How? Let me give you a quick explanation because you may be wondering. Tea, black tea, green tea, you name it, juice, a drop of lemon water is herbal. You will enjoy your tea, you will enjoy your coffee, you will enjoy your green tea, but it's not a substitution of water. Nobody can substitute water. And it can become poison. You can just by adding one molecule, non-toxic molecule on water, become poison. Toxic. Hydrogen peroxide. H2O, extra oxygen molecule on water, become poison. Right? That's the miracle of water.
Excuse me, what's the temperature of the hot water?
37.5.
Temperature is about 50 degrees Celsius. For children, it's about 40. But let me tell you something. Are you going to take a thermometer, put it in water, and check it? Now, if you drink hot water, if it's boiling, the moment you put it in the mouth, your body will check. Come on, it's hot. Right? So your body has its own mechanism. Well, so what do I explain? To prevent it, you got to look for a thermometer and check hot water, the temperature that reaches 50 degrees. What do you need to do? The moment you put it in the mouth, that you fill the mouth. You feel, you can swallow, you can tolerate without burning yourself. That's all. Don't burn yourself. Hot, that you can tolerate. For children, of course, it's about 40 degrees Celsius. And newly born babies, yes, it's about 38 to 40. And I could explain to you why you need to give hot water to newly born baby, and even pregnant mother. They need, that's a benefit to protect the baby for some to regulate the temperature of the amniotic fluid and also protect the baby. Yeah. And I can even explain to you how, if you'd be wondering, you may not accept when I explained that giving hot water to a newborn baby or to a pregnant mother. I, of course, have a long explanation. Chance for another question? I know everybody's triggered because it's something you see. It's like Newton when he saw, discovered by gravity. Everybody knew that all balls can fall and things can fall from up and down, not from down to up. So it's the same thing with hot water. Everybody knows water, we don't know about scientific hidden secrets of hot water. Last question. Thank you very much. Let me tell you one thing. When God created you, He created this miracle. Remember, it's any water that you think is safe for you. The moment, if I say you have to go mineral water, I'm not trying to advertise, commercialize. All that has gone into commercial. But remember, the water, the moment you boil it, pathogens, harmful bacteria, the germs are neutralized. So it becomes safer for drinking. And I believe in the French they do like that. They boil the water and fill and sell it. So it's just boiled water. If you doubt the water that you drink is not safer for drinking, then, and that's the best water you have access, just boil it, wait for a while, and drink hot. That's all. That's all. There's no condition with the water. But if you go with the mineral water, or we go with the better water, spring water, because spring water is not easy to find. That's much better, spring water. So in any way, I don't want to put condition with anybody. Depends also on your pocket. Depends I drink mineral water, but I can drink any tap water. I can drink any water. Even the water is contaminated. I will just boil it, wait for water and drink it. Not every time I find out I drink mineral water or spring water. But I have to make sure that I drink my 8 to 10 glasses of big glasses of hot water every morning, 3 liters of water. And I really respect the methods. I follow the methods of doing hot water. And for information, it's only one process. Of course, there are other methods of treatment of hot water, as we explained. But we cannot explain it. Hopefully, I don't have more time. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
For the information of everyone, hot water is served on the house. Maybe call on Dr. Jimmy Villacco. By the way, the father of the hydrogen bomb, Dr. Edward Teller, passed away at the age of 95 and functioned at the genius level until 5 days he had, until his death.
And he had hyperbaric therapy every day for years before he
Yes, he
died.
had 3,500 hyperbaric treatments.
They were all free. They were donated to him.
All for free, yes. By Dr. Neubauer, who at one time was our lecturer here at one of our conventions at Subic Bay.
Philippine College for the Advanced Medicine Foundation also circulated a conversation with Dr. Paris Al-Hashdi for being a resource speaker in the 12th annual conference program on tomorrow natural. The topic the science of hot water.
Yeah, you're eating chicken there, if you know it. It's chicken.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paris. Let's give him another big round of applause. We would like to apologize for our slight change of schedule. Food is now being served, and Dr. Lagaya's lecture will be at around 12:30. Thank you. Enjoy your lunchtime. Mr. Florando Gabanes. One. Going once. Going twice. Going thrice. Wala.
Here, Gabanes.
Oh, Gabanes is here. Wala na, sir. Amin na lang. Congratulations. Okay, wala. Napalo. The next lucky winner will be
The next lucky winner is came from heaven. She's an angel. Her name is Angelica. Angelica Esa. Talagang galing nga sa langit.
congratulations, sister. Free house and lot, meron na. Mamaya na daw yung free house and lot. Okay, thank you, Dr. Irwin. For our next lecture this afternoon, he's the first Director General of the Department of Health's Philippine Institute of Traditional and Alternative Healthcare from 1999 to 2004. He's a consultant advisor of the World Health Organization in China, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, and the Fiji Islands. From 1999 to the present, most recent is the express consultation meeting in regional strategy for traditional medicine in the Western Pacific region for 2011 to 2020, held in Hong Kong in 2010. He's an international speaker in continuing medical education in Portugal, Spain, France, and Italy. He's a graduate of the University of Santo Tomas as a doctor in 1984. He also earned his master's degree in developmental management at the Asian Institute of Management in 2000. He's currently a certified medical acupuncturist of the PCAM, Department of Health, consultant of the Hospital ng Manila Medical Center, Department of Family and Community Medicine, lecturer, College of Medicine, University of the Philippines, lecturer, College of Medicine, Emilio Aguinaldo College, Vice President and Board Member, Philippine Academy of Acupuncture Incorporated, and lecturer for the Philippine Lecture Series, American Academy of Family Medicine, or AAFM, California, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pride and honor to have with us no other than the very vibrant and young-looking Dr. Alfonso T. Lagaya.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernardo. To our magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I understand you had a very nice dinner. Sorry, lunch pala. Lunch, and I see most of it are nutritious and healthy, just like what you came in for. So congratulations for that. So the topic assigned to me when we were discussing, when Dr. Villapo called me up, what topic shall we discuss? Tapos sabi ko, let's make it simple. Of course, the theme is always the natural way. So, ang tanong ko dyan, which I ask all of you, who would like to maintain your beauty until at this age? Who would like to, for the sake of our foreigners, are there any other, we have foreigners around? Yes, okay. So I'm speaking in English, pero it's better asked in Tagalog. Because whenever I ask sa Tagalog, who would like to maintain your beauty? In Tagalog, sinong gustong manatili ang inyong kasariwaan? And then for the guys, who would like to maintain your vitality? In Tagalog, sinong gustong manatili ang inyong katipunuan? Ayun lahat yun. So with that, the youthfulness and wellness is our topic for today. So I just need to be near my computer because I need to be clicking it. So bababa po ako. Okay. So yesterday you had the opening, and I'm happy for such. And just like in any opening, please ask your guardian angels of wisdom to come hover over you para daw po madagdagan yung ating kaalaman. So the angel of wisdom, please come and guide us through. Salamat po. And for us, it's very ecumenical about it. So for the Christians, for the Catholics, particularly that end, and of course the Oriental is on this end, which is exactly what I exemplify in medicine. The combination of the two worlds, Oriental and Western medicine, is one. So, salamat po, and then choose which religion you wish, choose, and it shall be coming to you. Okay. This is my table of contents. I'll be asking each one of you, how is your exercises coming along? I understand if you travel a lot, like those coming from Dumaguete all the way, and those coming from far areas, yung iba nga lang di nakarating kasi nga binagyo. But those coming from very far areas, you'll notice that you always forfeit all the healthy lifestyle that you used to do. Plus the fact, if you're so stressed out, you forfeit all of those things. So, exercise as this one, more for aerobic type, whether it's the stationary exercise. I'm looking at the program, they have very nice repetitive exercise again, and that's every year that I see this PCAM. Mobile exercises, which I hope to share with you today, but mobile exercise intended for busy people like you. So if you're so that busy, maybe the best way is to insert it on a dance move. Kaya well, later, expect you will be dancing. Now, other mental activities, of course, our perception towards work, are we cheerful, are we peaceful, and other internal organs. How's your food? We had good lecturers today, and then I see that we are discussing about all the nice honey and milk about it. So that's good for our system, but we also have to look at the yin and yang of health. And if you're looking at food, if you are eating, and the other yin and yang of it is, are you also fasting or abstaining? And that should be done on a regular basis. Unfortunately, Catholics lang ang merong senior citizen privilege. They let you not eat anymore if you reach the senior age group. But if you see other religion, the more you become an elderly, the more you become a senior citizen, the more you should be doing fasting. Okay, so another concept far beyond our Western knowledge. And of course, the value of sleep. So, if may allotted time of 1 hour, we started now, and if I don't cover it and you wish to ask question, please confine yourself to this topic. Of course, and we can ask and you shall receive. I'll answer you whatever it is, but most probably I will be missing a lot of the topics allotted today. So, just to show you, I give lectures to some international groups too. This is the American Academy. And since the handouts is very limited to just 1 or 2 page for your for the recording, take note of them. These are American doctors and nurses. In spite of that, they captured the slides that I'm showing to you. So please be ready with your camera phone. If there's a need, I will tell you, okay, this is the summary of my talk. Take the picture immediately. So you bring it home. Because in Tagalog, walang propeta sa sariling bayan. Even if you are so good in explaining to your family, you're just a member of the family. So you have something to show them, have it printed out, and unceremoniously scatter it in your living room so that they follow you too. So, and this is one of the topics that you wish to become so beautiful, in maintaining that beauty as anti-aging. This is what I discuss among the doctors of PAAMI, Philippine Academy of Aesthetics and Age Management. These are the doctors who are plastic surgeons, dermatologists, specialists in the skin. They are the experts in dagdag bawas. You know what's dagdag bawas? Dagdag bawas, dagdag bawas. Okay, so these are the guys. And I'm the only one who talk about the natural approach. All of them were talking about radio frequency, about the surgical procedure. So ako lang on the natural aspect. And a while ago, I was asking who would like to maintain your vitality, virility, and everything. Of course, you need to be slim and fit. This was the topic we discussed recently. So I'm just capturing the recent one, July, August, September, the most recent one. So here, there's also a topic about enhancing sports performance. And sports depends on what is your level of capability. Probably just walking is already sports for you. Climbing the stairs is already a sports. So let's see how much sports you wish to. You'd like to compete in Olympics, that's a different level. But I'm looking at our everyday activity already as our sports. So, another topic is the science of yin and yang. Again, to discuss about the inner beauty. Sometimes I discuss this among the academic group, in order for them to perform. So there's a lot of healing benefits of the sunlight, the sea, and the sun. I discussed that, I think, last year here in PCAM. So there will be lots of topics still waiting for us as we go on today, tomorrow, the next day. So this is also Saint Scholastica again. And these are the dances that I will be asking you to do a little later. Hold on to it. And if you tell me that you cannot do the dance, okay, I teach this to busy doctors also, pediatricians, I teach this to senior citizen. So if you claim that you cannot do the exercise, mahiya-hiya kayo. Because these senior citizens have done it and they were able to follow and become healthy onwards. So, another is this one, barangay also, senior citizens of a barangay in Caloocan. So we also discuss about the sleep. If you have questions, I don't think I can cover this, but this is also another interesting topic about sleep. Now, we also discuss about corporate world. So this one is among the SM Foundation. Take note of the movements. You will do that later. We also did it among employees of a bank. This was in Gate Bank of Bulacan. We also went to a corporate world as this. Now, take note. I asked them to do a simple exercise. And that is simply to straighten your elbow. It's a diagnostic and therapeutic at the same time. So, in your sitting position, may I ask you please to do that and observe how you rate with the person beside you or the person above you. What do I mean by that? It should be, the elbow should be straight and close to your ears. If you're having problems with that, watch out. This topic is for you if you have problems, you look like this. Because I was like that before. If you will notice, I hope I'm not blocking your view here. Maybe you have to be, because of the length of the cord, I cannot put it here. So what happens is, take note, at the time this was taken in 1986 or 87, I was having right shoulder pains. So anybody here who share the same thing, don't despair, because after doing it regularly, it will straighten out. So, or I would advise you do it along with the breathing, so you expand the lungs, among other things. So simple techniques as so, who passed, who failed, who's in the remedial. Now, this is an exercise that what I asked you to do is a practice done by ancient practitioners. Buddha, you know, the laughing Buddha, they raise their hands like this. Why? Because they would like to tap the energies of the heavens. Take note of Buddha, he is also in barefoot because he would like to tap the energy of the earth. And we all know what the heavens is, the typhoon of Yolanda. But all the Yolandas are so devastating. Remember the typhoon Yulin? Because I was high school then and we had no class for 1 month when it hit Metro Manila. So the younger guys among you don't know what is typhoon Yulin. So here, you're tapping the energy and they say that you can really tap the energy of the tsunami or the earthquake or that of Yolanda as long as you're able to do the proper technique. And what I'm going to be asking from each one of you, which I ask every time I'm here as a speaker, may I ask all of you, walang sasandal. Remember, last year, do not use the backrest. And if you say, why? I have back pains. I want to slouch. Who is this guy talking here asking me not to slouch? Okay, then you don't get the privilege. And one of the benefits of it, I'm going to tell you later. So, for those who really do not want, who tried it but has a back pains a little later and started to slouch, may I ask the person at the back to poke your ball pen at the person in front of you and say, what are you doing? Well, Dr. Lagaya told me to poke your back. Okay. So, who said that this is good? No other than the Indian yogi, the Japanese Zen masters, and the Shaolin monk. If you are familiar with their culture, that is an upright back. If you don't know about this, and if you're the younger age group, watch Korean telenovela. All the movies about Japanese and Koreans, you find they don't have any seat. From the emperor down to the subordinates, they don't use seat. Unfortunately, in the Philippines, because of colonial mentality, we were taught to have a chair and a table like this because that is the image of if you imagine your house without a chair, without a table, in the ancient times when the Spaniards came, that means you are an Indio. So, you are more of the impoverished lower group. But if you're the Maharlika group, the elite group, then you follow the colonial mentality of what the Spaniards' families would have, then your houses would also have one. Until now, we follow it. Look at our houses. You'll never find somebody with a bare house, but if you are following the Japanese culture, or a little bit with the Koreans, you find they don't have a table as what we are having now. So am I biased against you? No, in fact, I tell this even to the military guys. The military guys who are PMA graduates, who are pilots, who are generals, I ask them to do the same, and even the spouses they would have. So, at this point, may I ask who are now slouching? Okay, congratulations, I'm going to remind you every now and then about it. So, please discuss that among the military group. I'm so fun with this picture because I'm the only one with a distinct color different from the rest. But why am I showing you this? This is with the search and rescue group. Imagine them going to Tacloban. You're in the middle of the typhoon and you have to be very strong and healthy. And one of the things I just tell them is not to use the backrest so that your vertebral muscle starts to become strong. And whenever chaotic situations happens, you'll be able to cross from Tacloban to Palo walking for the next 6 hours according to the reporter. So, Navy, have you seen the movie, the one by Tom Hanks? The recent movie? Yeah, Captain Phillips. Have you seen it? So there is the boat that tags along with the orange one. So this is that boat that's called the RHIB. The military here knows RHIB. It's Rigid Hull Inflatable Boat. So here, and just in case you miss my talk now or you have relatives who wish to follow it up, Vic Chua, Vic Asana. Ayun, there's Vic over there. And also, Ray Orosa is here. We discussed this up sa Global News Network. The next program that Vic and I will be together will be on November 27. We will be discussing flat foot, tapos, which I plan to demonstrate to you today. Hold on. January 1, it's a Happy New Year and Happy New You. That's the topic we will be discussing, physically, mentally, emotionally. Alright, and Dr. Hamilton itself is around? Not yet. He's not yet here. I think he's coming later. So we are together with one of the TV programs with Dr. Chimitan. Now, my lecture proper. From here, we have this issue, and all of us knows this statement. Whenever we were young, we always, in Tagalog, ang bukang bibig natin, Nay, wala akong pera. We don't have money. My friends are going to the mountains. We're going to have a disco. We need all that money so that we'll be able to enjoy and have sleepless nights in Boracay. And so we have all the time, all the energy, but we lack the money. Right now, I could see all of us in the professional age group, and we would now claim we now have some kind of a money. Unfortunately, we realize that in order for us to sustain that financial stability, we need to exhaust our energy and health. Take note of this issue. This is my topic to you, this one. Because now it becomes depleted. Every time we go overtime, every time we go sleepless nights, every time we starve ourselves so that we keep on working, then all the things we do, compromise a lot of it. And in Tagalog, ang bukang bibig natin ay walang oras. I'm so busy, I cannot attend PCAM conventions like this. And I'm happy to see familiar faces here kasi it becomes more of a camaraderie that we see each other once a year. But now, looking at this, there is this border. So we are at this stage. I think majority of us are at this stage. Once we cross this border, our complaint of lacking time will not be a problem anymore. So, what will happen is, this is how it will look like when the time comes. So, we are complaining about time. Look at them. They have all the time in the world. The difference before and now is we have some kind of our financial tension. However, this is the concern. Take note, take note of the depletion of the energy has now resulted to this. And hoping that we still have that financial resources to be able to, so you invest on your precious good health and wellness now, not tomorrow. I congratulate you for attending PCAM because we are really after for our wellness now. Unfortunately, we have the mistaken notion that we need to have a lot of money in the bank, a lot of the insurance, health insurance, hoping that money can buy medicines and surgical procedures and hospital stay. But it is no guarantee that it will bring back the lost health that we lost during our years of sustaining our family and our own livelihood. So, you may have all the money in the world to eat all the best food you wish. Money versus food. You can have all the unlimited rice you wish. You can go to Vikings every week. You can go to Yakimix. You can go to Triple V and all those unlimited eat all you can thing because you have now the money. Unfortunately, if sickness overtakes us, what is now the taste of food if it now flows to an NGT? Another version of having lots of money. We can travel the whole world. But how's the view if we see it from a different angle? So this is the American version of being rich. We have our local version of being rich too. So this is the local version. If you think the bed is not enough, then you use the bathtub. Alright. So, today, you came over here in your limousine. Sika, congratulations. My challenge to all of us, can you forgo with your car? Are you confident to walk in the streets and climb a jeep and climb a bus and climb the LRT, MRT, or worst thing, of course, the last thing is a taxi. But if you're able to do it in a carless lifestyle, can you be challenged to do it at our age now? Most of you will say, oh, I have my sore knee, I have my rheuma, I cannot be letting the conductor and the jeepney driver wait for me. I need my car. Okay. The other one is, you have to be very cautious of those beside you. But that kind of cautiousness, if you have your bag in your jeep, and your mind now becomes very alert. And that alertness is maintaining the brain so that it does not become senile. Believe it or not. So if you do it on who among you does crossword puzzle, Sudoku, huwag naman yung Platin Zombies. You see, the mind becomes alert. And I know people who reads 3 newspapers on that same day, 3 newspapers every day, and it keeps their mind very alert until now. So these are the exercises that you have to do every day. And one challenge is a carless lifestyle, which I'm doing now. For the past 4 years, I forgot to register my car. So I hope my license still is not expired. So this is the flashpoint. This is the objective of my topic today. Let's focus on this flashpoint. So, we want to become, of course, I'm an acupuncture by the way, so, but my topic now is on Oriental Health. Unless you ask anything about acupuncture, we'll discuss it. But for now, it is Oriental Healthy Lifestyle to make ourselves a lot healthier. But we have to discuss yin and yang. Just like a fish asking his mom, Mommy, what is the sea? What is the water? And the topic of our lecture about the water a while ago. So the yin and yang is exactly where we are right now. We are exposed to it, we're bombarded by it. Whether your profession is, you are a doctor, you are a dentist, you are a businessman, you are in any field that we're into, there will always be a yin and a yang. And the best way to elucidate a yin and yang thing is to see that the balance of opposites follows. But take note, there will always be a 1 and 2. 2 polarities. So the bipolarness of yin and yang. In reality, it's not only 2, it is 4. So, one example is looking at your spine. So, if I ask you now, all of you, please reach for your back and try to scratch your back and do it as high as it will go. Okay. Question, why are you using that hand? Use the other hand. Aray. You chose the first hand because you're confident it will reach higher. But now using this hand, it is a lot lower. And that means the energy that is attributed to this quadrant is now compromised. That's dangerous. If you have limited range of motion of one quadrant of your body, that's dangerous. Because of the stagnation of the fluids in that area will cause any primordial toxins, primordial cancer cells to start growing uncontrolled. Today, yesterday, the air in Metro Manila is so pure. Because of the Typhoon Yolanda that has flushed away all the pollution. This is the same thing here. If you have restriction of any part of your body, whether it's your hips, that you're unable to reach the heel to your butt, if you're having such problems with it, or inability for you to squat regularly, then that kind of a problem with circulation may be a problem for our own future wellness and sickness and vice versa. So, this is one example of the balance, and we can look at dry and wet season, Philippines. But if you go to other countries, we have the 4 seasons. Everything should be complete. Everything should be present. Why? I have this friend of mine. He has a business that has that wall decor of the winter, spring, summer, fall. When I noticed it was only 3. So I asked him, do you think one is missing? Yes, I remove it. What did you remove? The autumn. So, why did you remove the autumn? Because I want my business to prosper. According to him. 2 years later, I met him again. Business is still the same. But now, that person is suffering, he's so obese, suffering from diabetes, is scheduled for angioplasty, bipedal edema, swelling of the legs, all because he removed the component that is responsible to keep us detoxified. Just like in any farmers here, you would know that there's in the rice, there is the planting of the seed to the seedling plant, and then transferring to the field, and then later on harvest time. The 4th one is tilling back the soil in preparation for the next cycle. If you forego any one of that, you will be in danger. So, this is one example of looking at day and night. We have to respect every hour of the day. Now, I might step on some other toes here. There are some businesses who would say, good morning, good morning, good morning. Come afternoon, good morning, good morning, good morning. Come nighttime, good morning, good morning. The attitude is good. The philosophy is good because you want your team always to be in top shape. Unfortunately, we have the issues regarding the cycle of the sun, the moon, and that of the earth, which is responsible to pull the energies in our body. So if you forego with it and you have sleepless nights as what we were doing when we were in medical school, but the majority of the doctors, once they graduate, they look so haggard, they look so yabang, no? But still we look so haggard because of sleepless nights and unhealthy lifestyle at the time. So, this is sunrise, sunset. What is the Tagalog, the Tagalog of dusk? Takip silim. And what's the Tagalog for dawn? Bukang liwayway. So, one of the things I practice also is to put an application on my cell phone, the Muslim prayers, because it reminds me for every timing, in the Muslim prayers, they have a bukang liwayway, Then we have sunrise. If you read in my cell phone, they have somewhere something by 12, something by 3, and another one at sunset, and another one at the dusk. So, another version of yin and yang is a man and a woman. Who do you think is the most macho man in your mind right now? When is this game? Next week? Or today? When is this game with Rios?
27.
Okay, so that is the perception of the most macho guy among us. Who do you think is the most mahinhin among us? Okay, Miss World is very young. Now, there's a blank here and there's a blank here. Who do you think is that person who has a man's body but that of a yin heart? For the kapuso, you know this. For the kapila, you don't know this. And the kapatid, you don't know this. But that's I'm referring to this guy as the issue of that movie. But another one is being a female with a man's heart. And what I'm after here is respecting their perception, respecting their beliefs. If you have such in your office, take advantage. Because you would notice most of the parlor has very good aggressive hairstylists who are more in this category. And look at the voice of Charisse is not the humid type. She's really the real voice because of her personality. Now, how come we were not built with a steel body? The reason is 1,000 years this will still be active and healthy. The reason is at 100 years we start even less, we start to deteriorate. And every movement you do to your shoulders, you do your hips, you are massaging the plumbing system of our body. You want all your body to be squeezed out regularly every time your muscles and joints move. And this is one example. I have this classmate of mine. She's an OBGYN. Unfortunately, she was diagnosed to have stage 4 breast cancer. I asked her, did you have any form of shoulder pains before? She immediately replied, yes. 1 year before I was diagnosed with breast cancer, my doctor already diagnosed me with frozen shoulder on the same side as the problem with the breast. So is there a correlation that if you're unable to move your shoulder, the toxins are staying on that area and it's now going to irritate a cell that is waiting to become irritated? And there's also another theory by our speaker, Dr. Efren Navarro. The father is Dr. Manuel Navarro. He is my mentor when I was still prior to becoming a medical student. And I know his research regarding that kind of an attitude regarding a cell that has been lodged there and just waiting to become irritated. So, my question now is, who among you starts to slouch? Sorry, you will not get the benefit. I will tell you later. Alright. So, consciousness. This is the table of contents I showed you a while ago. And this is the reason why I have all those 4 components that you have to ask yourself. Are you that healthy to have all of those 4 in place? Again, my table of contents. So, what would have happened to me if the host and I was slouching in front of the audience? We're going to look lousy. We don't look good. But look at the person beside you now. See how beautiful and how handsome the person beside you now compared this morning when they were slouching. You will see the glow, the aura of a Miss Universe. You have the glow and aura of an emperor. So, again, I have exercises for that. If you want, I did this every year. The one you feel for the pulse, can you recall? Wherein you inhale as deep as you can, hold it as long as you can, and then you feel for the pulse, and then at the middle of it, you will notice that it starts to calm down. If you do it as deep as you can, hold it as long as you can with a straight back, it's guaranteed it will open up all your lungs air sacs. It will heal pneumonia. it will heal bronchial asthma. Believe it or not. Now, there's also a component here. If you start to inhale deep, and then you hold it for a few seconds, it is for the few seconds that you're not allowing air to come in anymore, but the chest is still expanding. And since you now have a negative pressure on your rib cage, it starts now to open up something else. And what would that be? It's going to open up your coronary arteries. If you have BP abnormalities, or you have ECG, or you have your schedule now for angioplasty, or stent, or heart bypass, please do it starting today with the straight back and the breathing. And you will be amazed, blood pressure starts to normalize. I think we have a BP set there. You can experiment it right now. So if your blood pressure was high, just do this simple exercise. Hold it just for 10 counts and 10 procedures and then rest. Okay, so you can take this picture. Okay, you can take this picture now and show this to all your loved ones. Why? This can even heal possible stroke. If you want the stroke, a person who's been holding any glass keeps on falling down and rush to the rush to the ER, not the CR, rush to the ER. In the Philippines, in the US, if you have an emergency, you dial 911. In the Philippines, you don't call for an ambulance. You call for a tricycle. It's a lot faster. Now, during the transit time from the house to the hospital, ask the patient to do this. Hold, exhale, hoping that the stroke does not become a completed stroke. It will become a stroke in transition, transit ischemic attack, and hoping it makes you go back. But if you already have relatives who had stroke, then please wake up that nerves, wake up that muscles. The businessman among you knows the law of supply and demand. All the businessmen knows this. Meaning, if you want supply of nerves and blood vessels to reach your muscles, induce a demand. Force your muscle to contract. Even though it's not moving, that's already the start of a demand. Later on, there will be a connection between the nerves and everything. If you do this in an upright position, you're allowing, we have heard of stem cell. I don't know if we have a topic today. But stem cell means that if you have a cut on your skin, after some time it heals by itself. That means we have our own natural stem cell. It will go where it's needed. And it automatically shuts off whenever the procedure is done. The reason why we have to undergo stem cell, those expensive procedures, is we need to concentrate a stem cell and then inject it on that area. Why? Because the stem cell, our natural stem cell, cannot reach the site. Why cannot it not reach the site? It already has a lot of obstruction, not traffic. Not traffic because of arteriosclerosis, because of the very nice food that we have been eating, and watch out, come December, January, if you are in the upper level of the socio-economic class, then expect a lot of parties that will be attending. Watch out. That's a danger sign. So, what advantage have I asked you now? If you don't stoop, you don't slouch, this is already one of it. And just like among the Buddhist teaching, you smile, breathe, and go slowly, it calms the mind, enhance immunity. It's good to prevent stress, depression, and we all know most of the cancer specialists here would attest that the reason why we have cancer is a deep-seated resentment and depression. Remove that, you tend to go on the reversal of your cancer sickness and healing. Okay, so the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Imagine that the soil here is already in the state of tension, because it's the one keeping it still upright. So the reason why I'm asking you not to stoop, not to slouch, is in order for your soft tissues to relax. If you're always stooping, slouching, you're causing a straightening now of your spine, which among the radiologists among us, there's the straightening of the lumbar vertebra or the straightening of the cervical vertebra, resulting to cervical spondylosis, among other things. So please, from now on, do not sit on your rocking chair. Remove that rocking chair, throw it away. If your mom, your grandfather use that as the favorite, tell them, hey, we have a robber that went inside the house and stole it. Why? You don't want the spine to become crooked as we go on. You want to have a reversal. One of the technique I teach is, in addition to the straightening up, you have to, this is not the demo part yet. So I ask patients to recline. Yeah, we have that in yoga. That's good. The part of the yoga is to do that exercise. Just simply do that and you will hear your back clicking. And this is the reversal of the aging process. So you do your yoga, you do this procedure. In Tai Chi, they also do that. In Qigong, they also do that. It now reverses the position of stooping, among other things. So, take note of the nerves now being pressed on. If you want to keep your prostate healthy, open up the nerves here. If you keep on stooping, it is pressing onto that nerve. From the sacral bone, it's now pressing there and it's now preventing nourishment to your prostate, to your ovaries, to your uterus. Who among the women here are BIR? Babaeng inurungan na regla? Menopausal people, guys. Alright, so in order for you to squeeze out whatever is left of estrogen, progesterone in your ovaries and uterus, do not slouch. That's one of the tricks. Another one is, keep all the internal organs functioning well. Do not stoop. You want to maintain your beauty, do not stoop. You've seen guys, upon waking up in the morning, their face looks so swollen. But later part of the day, you become more sleek. And the reason to that is the nerves coming out from here, which we call the cranial nerves, is the one nourishing our face. So if you want to have a natural botox, natural facelift, do not stoop. These are the advantages. For those who cannot make it, I understand. You rest for a while. But later on, once you get back home, prepare yourself to have it. So, and of course, regular exercise is what happens. How come they are so beautiful? Because of the heels. Megan Young was asked by Raisa Madison, mahirap bang maging Miss World? And Megan Young said, mahirap, kasi palagi ako naka-heels. You see how she answers so naive, no? That's why she's so beautiful because of that, how she answers. So take note, 5 inches of heels, who can take that? High heels throw the weight force forward, causing the heads of this bone is known as metatarsal, to carry most of the weight on this area. So, you're going to strain a lot of the body system, where the rubber meets the road. What do you mean by that? Where the floor is beating on a small fragment of your body, carrying the whole weight. And that will be a super strain. Why? Because when we were young, we were asked to have shoes, beautiful shoes. We have pointed shoes, we have heeled shoes. And if you're going to look at especially for the ladies, including the men, if you're going to look at your feet, it looks so beautiful. It looks so sleek. It's following this contour. And that is the shoes the feet that made you eligible to be courted on by people, by same counterpart. Those who have been well-educated, those who are so handsome, they courted women who have feet like this. Hindi mukhang luya ang paa. Because if the feet looks like ginger, then expect that is a feet of a farmer. And they are not of the elite group who were being pampered and be of the upper level. So, another concern. Who among you wore Greg shoes when we were young? Greg shoes has a particular problem. Arch support. Most of my colleagues in orthopedic surgery would claim you need an artificial arch support. I tell them, no. If you put any artificiality to your feet, it will deform your feet. And since this is where it carries the rest of the body, expect cascade of events happening. What would that be? Okay, next slide. In ancient China, we have been binding the feet of these girls. So, this is the feet of the normal feet. And according to the Chinese, that is ugly. This is a beautiful feet because that is the feet of the elite. Only for those who are capable to be matched with the emperor, with the cabinet secretaries, with the magistrates, with the businessmen, the rich businessmen, only with a feet like this. But you have a price to pay. Take note of the X-ray happening here. It's supposed to be straight. This is your heel bone going to be straight like this, but they bent it. And the bending resulted into this deformity. Look what happened here. There is now this issue about being folded because of the bending. And take note of the toes. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. This is a beautiful feat, according to ancient Chinese. But when nagkaroon na sunog sa Binondo, a lot of everybody running for their lives, a lot of the 80, 90 years old perished because they cannot run. That is the price to pay. But that is the counterpart of being beautiful. What's the difference between ancient Chinese and all of us? All of us who have been educated well, and I think all of us, no exception in this room, all of us who are well educated has flat foot. All of us. So, this is the abnormal flat-footedness. Take note of the print. There will be the pressing on this arc area. This is the normal fit. And there should be, just like similar to your saucer, may I go? So, this is your saucer, inverted, make a line. So, the one that is meeting the ground should only be on this edge, not the center. And if this center is pressed on, you're going to have succession of deformities. What would that be? Haven't you noticed why we keep on complaining? We keep on complaining of headaches. We've gone to a lot of doctors, practitioners, and still it becomes good. We do acupuncture, you're okay. Later on, it comes back. We have stiff neck, frozen shoulder, back pains, sciatica, hip pains, knee pains, leg cramps, ankle pains. Not to make mention of varicose vein, scoliosis, osteoporosis, and pinched nerve. The culprit to that is on our feet. Because all of us are flat foot. Except, maybe during the time in elementary years, you were not using your shoes. Which is probably a handful among us in this room. So, decrease sports performance. What would that be? Any form of sports. There will be causing pain in this area. So, are you flat foot? Proof that you are. Look at your shoes. See the erosion. Tignan nyo kung saan yung gasgas. The ideal would be erosion only on this side, just like the plate I showed you a while ago. Only up to this side. It should not cross and reach here. This is a person who keeps on complaining of shoulder pains. Take note, it already crossed and it's already burdening his toes here from the center. Another picture. This is a picture of a girl. She's not pressing on the sides. She's pressing on the inside. And she keeps on complaining of shoulder pains. Look at the feet. It looks like a Leaning Tower of Pisa. Look at the deformity. So, if this is one proof, there's also another proof I want you to do. But, I'm looking at time. I barely have 4 minutes more to go. Looking at time. Okay, so, usually I show this, I have demo, I have return demo. I have to rush. Sorry po, I have to rush. So one of the things I'm going to ask you, do this at home. Do this at home. You just squat. Well, question is, can you squat? Good question, how many seconds? But can you squat? Because most of the people who keep on squatting would have the heels up. Because of the high heels deformity, it already has shortened the Achilles heel. So whenever you ask them to do that, they would fall. When they do this, okay, put your heel flat on the ground. They would fall. So, that's one test. We have deformed our feet and able for the heel to be at that level. But there's also another test I want you to do. And that is for you to put your elbow inside your knee while you're in that position, and you push, you pull it in. I show you. So, I put my elbow on the inner part of my knee, and then I clasp my hands together and pull it in. You're going to feel an opening up of your groin. Masakit na masarap. What's the English masakit na masarap? Deliciously painful. So, if you do it open, and while you're doing it, putting it in and making bukaka, sa Tagalog, English na bukaka. So you start doing this, and you will notice the rotation of this toe of the feet. It starts to open up. Initially, you poke your finger inside, it will not come in. But once you press on the inner side of the knee, you will allow it to come in. Proof that one, you are flat foot. Second, another proof that the effect of the feet hitting the ground will affect the hips, will affect the spine, will affect the neck, will affect the whole body. So, how do you remedy it? Regular squatting. With the consciousness of the hip joints externally rotated. That's the English version of nakabukaka. I have lots of jokes here. Looking at time, no time for jokes, no time for love. Okay. So from now on, you do your computer like this. So just like Manong has that bangkito, and then you snatch the bangkito of your maid, the one that washes your clothes. You take it because that's the ideal level. Take note, heels flat on the ground, and a little bit more of bukaka. But we were taught, especially among the ladies, huwag bumukaka because of being prim and proper. So you don't make bukaka. Even the guys are not much into that thing because whenever you drive, you have that small cockpit and the shift gear is here. So you won't be able to do it, especially if you ride the bus or the jeep. The barker will start saying, "Oh, yung upong 8 pesos lang ha." You don't do that. So what happens all these years, we have been preventing ourselves to do a squatting posture with that. Please do it at home. Simple remedy for that wellness that I was telling you a while ago. So, can you do this? Indian style. Can you do this? Very good. For those who cannot do it, do the Filipino style. Now, if you want to become glamorous, I got a picture from Carla Villana who sits like this. So it's up to you if you want to become glamorous doing that. But it has to be flat on the flooring. You have to sit flat on the flooring. So my advice is, think of your favorite program. Take TV program. 1 hour per day. 1 hour per day. You watch your teleserye, your telenovela. Get down from your sofa and stay on the carpet. If you're having a hard time doing it, then again, snatch the bangkito from your katulong and sit this way. So, I taught this to a lot of nuns. I have patients from RGS. So I taught them to do this, and my patient told me, "Doc, I'm doing it along with my rosary." So she's now praying her rosary in this position. So my advice, you have to do it twice a day. One, during the evening, while you do your favorite TV, or you pray your rosary or you meditate. Straight back and squat like this. I ask you to do it twice. When is the other time? Take your showers in that position. It's not familiar with Filipinos doing it. It's not familiar for Americans, Europeans to do it. Because you would notice the shower, ducha, not the shower of most of the American-made houses, the structure is high. Because showers for them is you need to come in fast and get out. But if you look at other cultures, you would find them squatting. So the Japanese, the Korean, would always have a bangkito doing it and they squat regularly. They do it leisurely. Yung ducha, mababa. And though they may be macho guys, do you think they are macho? Puro tattoo macho. Oh, those are the Yakuza guys. Now, take note, Koreans, can you do this? Heels flat on the ground. You should be able to squat. They wait for their passengers like this. They feel better. Give them a chair, they will not mind it. They would prefer to squat like this. The Filipino driver will be at the back of this bus and then nakahilata siya natutulog. So, they would finish the whole day's newspaper, reading this every day at the curb. Those who went to Korea, to Japan, you know what I'm talking about. They do it regularly. Now, also, Koreans in miniskirt, they would always squat like this. So, there's no harm in doing it because it's a culture not done by, if you don't want to do it because we look like Indio, yagit. But if you're going to look at other cultures, more socioeconomically developed than us, then we may follow it afterwards. I have patients who are Muslims. They don't have any problem with the hips, the knee, and the foot. They have problems with the shoulder. Why don't they have any problems on the lower part? Because 5 times, 6 times in a day, they keep on praying. And they do full range of motion of their knee. We don't pray like this. So may I just advise, you watch your TV, take your showers, squatting in the lowest stool you can find. Okay, now this is another muscle. If you keep on complaining of that hip pains or sciatica, may I advise you start doing bukaka exercise. Because this muscle, known as the piriformis muscle, is attached to the tip of your long bone here, and if it contracts, it will pull it out. Bubukaka tayo. There was, alam niyo sa, yung joke yun, in the TV, in the radio. Okay, there was one joke I heard, sabi niya, Kuya, in Tagalog Kuya, yung mga classmate ko ang babastos. Bakit? Pinapagtambling ba naman ako, nakabistida ako? Tanga ka pala kaya ka pinagtatambling, gusto nila makita yung panty mo. Ay, mas matalino ko. Bakit? Bago ko nagtambling, inalis ko yung panty ko, nilagay ko sa bag bago ko nagtambling. Okay. Joke. Anyway, so this one, you start contracting this and will automatically open up the femur. So once it is opened up, it will now maintain the strength of this. If you never have done bukaka for a long time, your muscle here has weakened. It has atrophied. And if for whatever reason you carried something, for example, you have to carry your balikbayan box, put it in a weighing scale. Expect you're going to have spasm here. And that spasm will cause it to become inflamed. If it becomes inflamed, it will now press on this nerve. And that nerve is known as the sciatic nerve. That's why we have sciatica. So, my advice now for you is to do an exercise. One exercise is what the Qigong Tai Chi guys are doing. So, whenever they inhale, kajut ang puwet backward. Exhale, kajut ang puwet forward. So, and let me show you. Inhale. Exhale. And if you want to do it every day, which I do whenever I'm queuing in the bus or in the jeepney queue or in the LRT while waiting for the train, I do it, but you have to do it very, very slowly. Remember, you're in a public place. So inhale. Inhale. So watch me. Did you notice it? Okay. So don't ever hold on to a pole and start doing the dance. That's a different thing. Okay. So, remedy, go squatting, go barefoot walking from now on the grass or in the sand. And why on the grass or in the sand? If you walk on the grass, if you walk at Boracay, the foreigners call it as Boracay, take note, the weight of the body is carried on the ideal side. That is if you are on barefoot. So, barefoot in the grass or in the sand. Because if you are so vigilant in walking barefoot, expect you're going to have a healing crisis. There are muscles that will be awakened probably for the first time and it will give you pains. That's expected, that's okay. There will be a repair of the long-term foot deformity and there's such a thing as a bone remodeling. It will cause pain. And one of the causes of the pain is what we call as stress fracture or perosteal inflammation. Is it good? Is it bad? Both. It is good. It is bad because every time you put in your foot, your shoes here, it's going to be pressing here and it's going to be painful. But it's also good because once you press on this, it is painful. You start pressing on the side. You now follow the ideal way of stepping. So, may I just advise? So we have, I don't know if there's in your kit, you have this product. You try it out, no? Because it's all natural. I never prescribed for a long time pharmaceutical drugs. A lot of my prescription are nutraceuticals. So a lot of products there is also what I also recommend. So here. Now, another way is, take note of the suspension bridge. This is your suspension bridge and this is your foot. Take note, this is the one hitting the ground. This is the one hitting the ground. What is keeping this from having an arc? We have a God-given natural plantar arch support. And what is that? That is what we call as a muscle here. And that muscle is known as tibialis anterior muscle. How do you locate for it? All of us, please, in your sitting position, put your palm in the very center of your knee. And then you will notice that your fingertips are hitting the bone. Now, slide it sideways, outward, slide it outward. And you start tapping your toes. You will notice that it is contracting. That muscle contracting is your tibialis anterior muscle. Now, you also do, instead of you tapping it, start to make sikwat yung paa. Foot inversion. Inversion or supination. And you would feel it contracting also. So, that muscle is the one responsible to keep it contracted like this. Take note, there is already that foot inversion. This is the reason why we have the natural arch support. But, this is what I tell now my classmates in orthopedics. If you keep on wearing your shoes, and all shoes, no, except especially the very expensive rubber shoes, they have this arch support. And you are depleting that muscle from contracting. So, if that is the case, you deplete that muscle from contracting, it is similar to you for the ladies wearing bra. Question, do you think women should wear bra? I'm asking the girls, I'm not asking the guys. According to this French researcher, women who did not use bras benefited in the long term, developing more muscle tissue to provide natural support versus gravity. And that's the reason why I am asking you not to use the backrest. Because the bra and the backrest will cause the weakness of that muscle of your back, will cause the weakness of your breast, and it will even accelerate sagging. I think there's some truth to this French researcher. Because if you look at ancient Philippines, you find them quite firm. Ancient Philippines before the advent of the bra. So, take note, this is still a teenager, but this looks like she's already nursing. In spite of that, tirik pa yung suso niya. So, my advice now for women, please don't remove your bra naman ngayon. Ano? Much welcome. But this is what I would advise you. In the privacy of your house, you start doing yug-yug exercise. Remove your bra in the privacy of your house and lock your back with any stick, payong, PVC, walis, and start doing this. And your breast starts to dribble. And doing that will strengthen the muscles. But not only that, the movement that you do to your breast is enhancing circulation to prevent future problems with breast bukol. Believe it or not. Okay, so, if you go to Thailand, right now, all of us, your neck is upright, you don't have to hold it. But, these guys in Thailand, they are of the elite level, mga prinsesa yan. How can you till the soil? How can you make planting rice is never fun? Okay, how can you do that if you have that on your neck? They don't do that, they don't work because they're of the elite. But if they will be asked to go for a party or a celebration, they will ask to go to the river to take a bath, that brass is being removed and somebody has to hold the head, or else it will fall. So the same thing going now. For a lot of muscles I've told you now. 1, tibialis and pure muscle. 2, your breast muscle. 3, your back muscle. 4, your neck muscle. Train it to become, to be sustained by yourself. Okay. So just to show you the importance of the feet and the remedy. Go barefoot, go bukata, and all fours start walking barefoot. I'm now looking at my time of our ceremonial master. Ilang minutes na lang po? Time na po. Our ceremonial master, Dr. Bernardo, is already telling me. So, I prepared. What happens next? Okay. Since I prepared 600 slides, intending for you to ask me what you wish to ask. So, maybe this is the time we have any questions, open forum. So, ngayon na lang po, in spite of the limited time, ano po ang tanong ninyo, and I hope I can answer them. Pag hindi po, I will ask Dr. Navarro to answer it for me. Or Dr. Villac is still somewhere there. Dr. Juta is also there to answer my one. And Dr. Richard is also there to answer some of the questions for me.
Let's give a big round of applause for Dr. He's not only handsome, he's also beautiful, Dr. Any questions from the audience?
Is there any use for that stick for male patients?
Yes.
You respond on that.
Thank you for the question. Very relevant question. One is not only for the breast. Every time you do this, it straightens your back. So it now prevents osteoporosis. It prevents scoliosis. So whenever you do that on a regular basis, both men and women, that will be good. And secondly, what you're doing, you're opening your ball and socket joint. Remember, our bones here has a brown thing and then the socket. So every time you keep on moving, it's lubricating it, preventing problems with the stiff hips. At the same time, you keep on massaging now your prostate. So you have any problem with prostate circulation, PSA starts to rise up. This is an exercise you have to do every day. While watching your TV, watching your anything, you just straighten your back. You need a stick so that you keep your back straight. At the same time, any problem with the knee, arthritis of the knee, varicose vein. Varicose vein, the problem with varicose vein is not on the knee. It's not on the legs. It's on the hips. Open up the hips, the blood starts to flow up. So you need to open up from here. Start do squatting. It can range from 10, 20, or 100. Your choice. I would suggest you do it with a dance. Is it okay for me to show the dance? So, sorry for the next speaker. Is the next speaker already? Dr. Jimmy Tan is already there. next speaker is already here. But sino pa yung after that? Dr. Gaba, the good dentist, is he already here? That's the muna. Sorry po, tapusin ko lang yung sayaw. Okay. So, you need to do Michael Jackson dance. And Michael Jackson dance goes something like this. He has a frequency to do stamping the heel to the ground. Every time you do this, you're transferring the energy from the heel in the ground, transferring that energy and will pass through all the bones. It will wake up all the bones. If you have osteoarthritis, if you have osteoporosis, it will wake up that bone. So what you do what Michael Jackson is doing. Two things. One, stamping the heel to the ground. The other one is, mahilig kumadyot. So I want you to have a tiptoe of your foot and then start doing so. Like that. Okay, let us ask the expert to do it himself. Imagine yourself massaging your prostate. Imagine yourself massaging yung ovaries and uterus. At the same time, para gumanda ang puwet. Mawala ang puson. Gumanda ang thighs. Gumanda ang overall hip structure. Pag nangawit kayo, change foot. And then, tiptoe. Next. If Michael Jackson can do the kadyot forward, this French recording artist, mahilig kadyot backward. So, I would ask you to do again tiptoe, just what Michael Jackson did, and you do habod. If you only have time, may return demo. But you have to do this now on your own. Lahat na may pain sa sciatica tanggal after doing this dance. It has happened to me a lot of time. Mga audience ko, start doing this. Now, Alice also has this dance of makending. So take note of your spine. The spine should be straight. But it's just the hips moving. And doing it, massage now your hip organs. At the same time, he has a tendency to do circular motion, clockwise of the hands. So whenever she does this, tiptoe on one end, move the hips also. Pampalitan siya, that's true. Pampalitan po, sorry. And then left. Let's see how she does it. Boom. Spine straight. Take note, habol. This removes sciatic pain. Here, movement of the hands, clockwise. And then counterclockwise. This presentation will be repeated in 2 occasions pa. Hindi pinakasya ng another one is PCAM convention. That is November 20, the next day. So, tanong nyo na lang sa DOH kung saan ko yan. Tama lang ito. Hindi ko namin ipapakita to kasi medyo may pagka-parental guidance. Okay, so this is the summary. Please take a picture of this and do this regularly. The advantage of doing such exercises. Search the internet, see how Alice dance in the YouTube, see how Michael Jackson dance in the YouTube. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Dr. Nagaya. Any questions? Having no questions, we have to speed up our lectures for this afternoon. Our next speaker is a biologist. Maybe call on the President, Dr. Navarro, Dr. Irwin.
Sasayaw po.
Sasayaw daw sila.
Okay, the Philippine College for the Advancement of Medicine awards this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Alfonso Lagaya for his for being a resource speaker in the 12th annual conference program on the power of natural healing on his very interesting paper entitled Radiating One's Inner Beauty, Strength, and Youthful Wellness the Natural Way. Okay. Congratulations, Dr. Lagaya. Here is a picture for
Sa inyo ating camera pag Facebook.
He had board certification in biological dentistry, International Academy of Biological Dentistry in Chicago, USA. He is a member of the International Academy of Biological Dentistry and Medicine in USA. He's a registered member of Holistic Dental Association USA. He has attended a lot of international conferences and seminars, and we are very pleased and honored to have with us our dentist, biological dentist. His name is Dr. Nelson Marie L. Gaba. Welcome.
What we're trying to set up. I would like to thank, of course, the PCAMs for inviting me here. And of course, with the kind courtesy of Dr. Chutay, Merced, Dr. Austin, and of course, the very efficient Dr. Erwin Thomas. Salamat po, PCAMs. Before I start, allow me to ask. Kasi this lecture is all about toxic dentistry. It sounds not so good, but basically I want to empower everybody on all sides of dentistry, including the toxic side of dentistry. I'd just like to know if there are any dentists in attendance also. You raise your hands, please. That's nice. About some dental laboratory technicians, dental personnels. Okay, so we're talking about toxicity in dentistry. And of course, this is for everybody. Okay.
Are we ready?
One day, a medical doctor named Dr. Thomas Stone attended a dental health seminar in Chicago. When asked why a medical doctor would attend a dental seminar, the late Dr. Stone declared, "I know you dentists are killing my patients, but I just want to find out how you're doing it." Okay. I am a bit astounded on what Dr. Stone said, as I belong to the said profession. And as I go deeper in the biological philosophy, I knew that there's something wrong somewhere. Yes, next slide, please. If you look at the teeth, okay, the anatomy of the teeth, you would notice that the tooth is connected to the whole part of the body. Okay. Our Creator created our body in such a way that it heals itself. It repairs itself through the immune system. Okay? The white blood cells goes in every part of your body, including the tooth. The tooth gets its nourishment through the white blood cells going from the blood vessels underneath it, going inside of the body, so it gives it oxygenation, blood supply, nourishment. That's why it's glowing, it's white. And then those white blood cells goes inside and then goes out, and of course all the arterioles there, the blood vessels, goes back to the heart pumps it out to every single part of the body, up to its peripherals, and the cycle goes on. So when you think of it, when you think of the tooth this way, you just don't stop at the tooth. Whatever you do on your teeth, whatever you implant there, whatever you place, you have to remember, there's a mode of transport to the blood vessels, and it goes to every single part of your body. So you do not stop at the tooth. So what I'm saying is, if you just think out of the box now for fellow dentists and all that, the tooth is very important. I think it was Dr. Christopher Hussar who said that 75 to 80% of his patients' illness originates from the mouth, particularly on the tooth. Why is it this so? Our immune system are bombarded with a lot of stressors. Maybe environmental, the air that we breathe, the food that we eat, all those pesticides, all those chemicals, all those things that we place in our body. There's such a thing as procedural pollutants also. What are those? These are treatment procedures done in medicine and dentistry that pollutes, that stresses the immune system. Okay? So whatever you do, you place, you implant on the teeth affects the significant whole. Now let's talk about the dental environment. Okay, most people have a fear of going to the dentist. It smells funny, say most patients. I hate the sound of the drill, says another. Well, what about the employees? They have to settle with the sounds and the smells. Is it safe? What about the patients? Is it safe for them? And you know, the clinics look so good and neat and clean, but then there are a lot of toxic things in the dental operatory. If I were in the United States and I have this thermometer and I dropped it accidentally, people would be asked to leave this room, and somebody would be calling 911 and this place will be cordoned off because of the mercury on the floor. I don't know if you heard about that incident in one of the schools in Parañaque. They have to ask all the students not to go to school for at least a week to a month because they have to isolate that, that school, that particular room, because of that mercury on the floor. The mercury on the floor on this particular school is the same as the mercury that you found in what you call mercury amalgam. This is basically the first toxic element that I'll be talking about today. I know you've been hearing a lot about mercury amalgam, but then allow me to share a few words on it. Let the tooth be known. The modern silver amalgam filling, an amalgam as it's called, is an amalgam or a mixture of alloys. There's 50% of it is mercury, 35% is silver, 13% is tin, 2% copper, and a trace of zinc. Occasionally, there's thallium and germanium found together in amalgam fillings. Mercury is extremely toxic. This should have been called mercury filling. But who would call it mercury filling? Okay, how did it came about? Let's make here, listen and watch this video. Just a short video of mercury. Ilano ka?
In the early 1800s, organized dentistry was still in its infancy, as there were no dental schools or licensing boards. It was common that craftsmen, such as the local barber or blacksmith, might also practice dentistry, which at the time amounted to little more than having a teeth pulled or gold fillings placed in cavities. Dental mercury's introduction to the United States came in 1833 by the Coquard brothers of France. They called it Royal Mineral Segundum, a handmade mixture of melted silver coin shavings and elemental mercury. The lower cost of this combination of mercury with another metal, otherwise known as an amalgam, enabled a larger portion of the population to afford the services of those dentists who used amalgam fillings. But a bitter controversy started brewing over the use of mercury as a restorative material, and by 1843, the world's first national dental organization, the American Society of Dental Surgeons, passed a resolution stating that the use of amalgam was considered to be malpractice. The amalgam issue came to a head in 1844, when the American Society of Dental Surgeons asked members to sign a pledge never to place what the organization referred to as poison metal fillings. And those members who did use amalgam risked being expelled. But rather than err on the side of caution and lose patience, more and more members of the organization decided to use mercury amalgam, and by 1856, the American Society of Dental Surgeons disbanded due to loss in membership. In its place rose the American Dental Association in 1859, which to this day continues to promote the safety of mercury fillings and supports its use for anyone and everyone without regard to age, reproductive status, or any of the known factors that make a person unusually susceptible to the effects of mercury.
What's the big deal about mercury? It has the ability to cross the blood-brain barrier and create all sorts of mental and nervous disorders by interfering with the direction that nerve impulses are supposed to travel. It can swiftly cross the placental barriers and affect all growth patterns of the fetus. So if you're thinking of getting married and having a baby, I would suggest you have your mercury amalgam removed first before contemplating on birth. The brain is most susceptible, but no tissue is safe from its devastation. By combining with hemoglobin, mercury prevents the binding sites from attaching to oxygen. Mercury uses the same binding abilities to join hands with any of the hormones. The weird disease effects here are limitless. Mercury doesn't have any specific effect. It has a general effect. As you can see, these are the symptoms of the central nervous system, from restlessness to indecision to depression, suicidal. In America, basically, the dentist has problems with suicidals. And I would like to emphasize here in the Philippines that dentist doesn't have to have mercury or amalgam in his teeth, but in the course of his occupational hazard, his environment, he is very prone to nervous system symptoms. All this, including ALS, along with numbness, trembling of the hands, fingers, the feet, lips, and the tongue. Next slide. In the mouth, head, and neck, when you experience like burning and tingling of the lips, pigmentation of the gums, leukoplakia, vertigo, vision changes, excessive salivation, metallic taste in the mouth, these are all symptoms of mercury poisoning. Next slide, please. Now, I want to empower you with, if in case for doctors here, these are the chemical indicators of mercury poisoning. The white blood cell count is above 7,500 or is above 7,500 or below 4,500. Hematocrit above 50% or below 40%. Lymphocyte count above 2,800 or below 1,800. Blood protein level above 7 grams per 100 milliliters of serum. And all this. There's even a level of nickel in the hair about 1.5 parts per million. Aluminum is also found at 15 ppm, manganese at 0.3 ppm. You will also see aluminum, nickel, mercury, copper, and gold. These are all part of the amalgam filling. Metal ions are released from the dental alloys into the oral environment, which can cause biological responses over short and extended periods. One has to consider the biological significance of corrosion products in metals in dentistry, particularly in mercury. All metals corrodes and leaks, and once it's in your mouth, it corrodes and leaks inside your mouth. Next slide, please. This is a certificate attached to the packaging of when you wanted a gold alloy or something like a gold crown in your teeth. A certificate would show that, but of course, you patients wouldn't see this, but the compositions are all there. Okay? There's gold at 84.5, platinum, palladium, and silver. These are all where the dental metals, dental alloys would come in, the heavy metals. Next slide, please. All this are used in dentistry, from mercury to tin to palladium, molybdenum, boron, copper, iron, lithium, nickel, aluminum, beryllium, and fluorine. Next slide. Let's go into it one by one. After mercury, we go to aluminum. Aluminum is an extremely reactive metal and corrodes rapidly when in contact with other metals. Inhaling vapors released when aluminum makes contact with caustic and acidic solutions can cause breathing difficulties with coughing, shortness of breath, and mucosal irritation. Beryllium, another known carcinogen, is listed as such by the U.S. Center for Disease Control, the U.S. National Institute of Health, and the U.S. Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. Dental laboratory personnel who are exposed to larger amounts of beryllium dust and vapors can suffer from acute to chronic exposure with pneumonia, bronchitis, and other lung disease. Beryllium has been used commonly in the metals of crown. The chronic exposure patients receive from beryllium in a crown for 5 to 20 years or more can eventually exert a serious effect on their health. Beryllium attacks the immune system and affects the body's defenses. An estimate of 1% to 50% of the population becomes sensitive to beryllium. Symptoms of chronic exposure include breathing problems, cough, fatigue, chest and joint pain, weight loss, and fever. Boron. Inhaled boron causes irritation of the nose, throat, and eyes, and researchers have linked boron to low sperm count and birth defects. In general, however, no obvious permanent deleterious effects have been observed as a consequence of low chronic boron exposure. Copper. Although trace amount of copper is important for the normal function of our metabolism, abnormally high levels give rise to definitive pathology. High levels of copper may over time result in liver and kidney damage, neurological problems, and death. People of certain liver disease and those with inherited inability to metabolize copper are more at risk. Copper increases the carcinogenic activity of nickel. Copper is found in amalgams and 90% of dental gold. Iron becomes a medical problem if there is an inherited genetic disorder. Hemochromatosis that allows too much iron to be absorbed into the body. This condition causes fatigue, weakness, weight loss, and stomach and joint pain. Nickel, another known carcinogen, recognized by the International Agency for Research on Cancer, and cause sensitization of the skin and respiratory distress like asthma and pneumonitis. About 10 to 20% of the population is sensitive to nickel, and sensitization can be triggered or increased by skin contact with nickel over periods of time. This will result in more health reactions to the metal, especially as a mucous membrane rush. This metal is not indicated for use in crowns, since the chronic contact with the tongue, the lips, and the oral tissues can lead to chronic inflammation and irritation. Nickel is commonly used in crowns and bridges and braces. California Proposition number 65, next slide please, applies to nickel. The law that does not prohibit exposure, but requires the patient to be informed that nickel is known to cause cancer and birth defects. Nickels, when you see metals in dentistry, there's a lot of nickel in it. Okay. This is a sign that was placed on a arch wire that we use on braces. Okay? The arch wire is basically what connects all those brackets from one side to the other. Ito yung mga nilalagay sa mga bata na braces. In the packaging, because of the California proposition, they need to place a warning label, just like this. This product contains nickel. It may cause cancer. Again, it's from California proposition. But nakikita ba ng pasyente yan? I don't think so. But it's in the packaging. Will the dentist tell you about it? I don't think so. What is in the packaging? Okay. So let's go to the next slide, molybdenum. The U.S. governmental occupational safety agency, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, determined that although exposure to the insoluble forms of molybdenum presents lower toxicity than other forms of molybdenum metal, presents lower toxicity because there is evidence that respiratory effects result from even this small exposure. Mogilskaya published in the American Conference of Governmental Industrial Hygienists in 1986 states that metal and the dioxide proved minimally poisonous. Tin, although released from dental amalgams as part of their alloys, along with mercury and copper, it appears to have an innocuous profile. Few health effects have been reported as a result of exposure to tin, either inorganic or organic. Lithium. The OEHHA considers lithium a serious health concern only when it contacts water to form lithium hydroxide, which is a strong corrosive base. Palladium. Present in metal crowns in proportion as high as 78.5% like mercury, palladium is biomethylated or made organic in the digestive tract, which makes the metal molecule more toxic than the inorganic form. Being organic, the metal molecule can pass through cell membranes and cause blocking of enzymes. The OSHA and the ANSI said that palladium has caused bone marrow and liver kidney damage in the experimental animals. These experiments indicate that it may interfere with the use of energy by nerves and muscles, induce lung malfunctions, and produce normal fetus. There are simply too many potential reactions and too many combinations of metals and too many possible negative health consequences in the risk having an untested assortment of metals in your mouth. We need to talk about fluoride too. Fluoride is a combination of fluoride, a non-metal element, with another element such as sodium, aluminum, or hydrogen. In general, the fluoride salts are highly poisonous. However, some of the fluoride used in dental applications is swallowed or otherwise absorbed and tends to accumulate as a poison in the bones, the teeth, the kidneys, the thyroid, the liver, brain, and other vital organs, causing impairment of health. Fluoride is a major enzyme poison, and fluoride accumulation is a menace to good health because it makes bones, teeth, and connective tissue inferior and more brittle. With the advent of so-called advancement in dentistry and medicine, why are people getting sick? Next slide, please. You would notice cancer here and there. Allow me to empower you with knowledge regarding all this. Parents with your children, if you're sitting in a dental chair and your dentist will tell you you need a silver filling, you wonder, is this safe? At a dental checkup, you're told your child needs fluoride. Should you allow it? You have the right to know. Allow me to say you do not limit your information only to what the doctor would tell you. allow me to say, just don't believe what Dr. Gaba would tell you. My challenge is for you to do your research. What if the information coming from the doctor is limited to what he knows or what he believes also? You're entitled to know more. So what I'm saying is, you don't have to be a cancer patient to do your research. Lalo na po kung ikakabit, ilalagay, ipapaon, i-implant sa ngipin nyo, sa bibig nyo. Think twice about all these things. Do your research. You can even Google it if you wish. The right to be informed. In the States, we have what we call the informed consent of the removal, of all dental materials. What does this do? Kung ano po yung ilalagay, itatanong niyo po doon sa dentista. What chemicals are in the product? So you would like to know the composition ng mga nakalagay doon. What is the maximum amount of each chemical that can legally expose to you? Do your research. Lahat po yun, alamin nyo. You need to know about that now. Next slide. There's also such a thing as before this, the material safety data sheet. In every product that the dentist would be placing, halimbawa, nagpapasta po kayo, tanungin niyo po, okay, of course you don't like amalgam fillings, then you ask another type, which is, what do you recommend? And they would recommend a composite filling. You can ask, you can go a level higher and ask, what type of composite fillings are you giving? There's no one formula for every person. Some persons are allergic to some elements or chemicals, composition, but then others are not. So if you would know, even ask for the brand of that composite, that would be nice. And yet, what would be even better is if you can get a material safety data sheet, which is always included in the packaging of every dental material. That way you would know all the chemical composition that is placed on the such material. Next, it's also nice to have to know the tooth and the body connection. There is such a thing also as the connection. Think of it as the body. The body is like, a train passing. An analogy would be like a train passing from one station to the other. A station corresponds to one of your organ system connected to other organ system in your body. A station corresponds to one of your tooth connected to other organ system of your body. So if there are bacteria, parasites, viruses, or even metal or heavy metal in that tooth, all it needs to do is get out of the station and transfer to other stations or other organ systems in the body. So what I'm saying is, you need to know, okay, you need to be mindful of what you place and what's happening in your teeth, and you need to know which organ systems are connected to all those teeth. Like for example, in here, this is the upper right quadrant, the upper left quadrant, the lower left quadrant, and the lower right. This is you looking at us now. And for every tooth, there's a corresponding organ system involved, And then from there, a lot of times I'll be asking the patient to hand over their panoramic x-ray, and we work on it together. And if in case a cancer patient would come in with the cancer of the right breast, and we would check the connection, a lot of times we would see mercury filling, or sometimes a root canal, infected root canal on it. Call it coincidence, it's very high, it's 75 to 80%. So what I'm saying is, try looking at the tooth and the body connections also. Next slide, please. As I was saying a while ago, there's no single formula or a treatment for everybody. Some people are more allergic than others. Now there's other patients would like to have some sort of compatibility testing on their material. So these are just 3 types of testing. One is the blood serum compatibility testing. Blood will be extracted in a patient, and there will be it will be measured objectively in the degree of reactivity. All the dental materials would be tested with this time, with the blood serum, and it will give a report like highly reactive, moderately reactive, or least reactive to all these dental products. At the moment, there's more than 1,000 dental products available that will be tested for your particular blood serum. Another type is through electrodermal screening or testing by the EAV, or this is a way of knowing if the dental material used to you will be compatible to your blood chemistry or to your body chemistry. Kinesiology is also used for muscle testing or material compatibility testing. Yes. There are other diagnostic tools used like ARDK, and of course others would use limbic system analysis and other diagnostic tools. It depends on the alternative doctors' apparatus. The panoramic X-ray should also be asked also. You need to know what's happening in your teeth. So you need to look at your panoramic X-ray. That way you would understand your teeth, its condition, if there are root canals, mercury fillings, hidden decays, and all that. So you need to empower yourself knowing, what's happening, lurking inside of your teeth through your panoramic X-ray. And of course, you need to know your options. What are your choices? Yeah, there are different treatment procedures or different approach to everything. So one of which is knowing. It's very important to know options or choices. Talk to your dentist or doctor about it. Okay. Allow me to tell you about some basic dental procedures that I would suggest would help, like, empower you again with choices. First would be oral prophylaxis. Okay, if you're having your cleaning, don't just open your mouth, isipin mo everything's fine, but then of course as you're having your cleaning, isipin mo, does it have fluoride on it? What would be a healthy mouth option would be like, you would like a fluoride-free toothpaste and alcohol and saccharin-free mouthwash while you're doing it. These are some basic dental procedures and some helpful mouth options that I'm recommending. If you're having fillings and sealants, of course you don't want any mercury amalgam and you would like some white fillings. You would like to suggest those composite fillings that's barium and zirconium and BPA free. These are basically also metals that's found in some composite fillings. BPA is bisphenol A and can cause a lot of problems also. So just be mindful of these things if you want a white filling. It doesn't mean that if it's white, it's already healthy Now use sealants that are ethyl, toluene, and sulfonamide free, because this causes some problems also. Now for your crowns, of course, you would see your crown, the inner part, the average crown would have metal on it. This contains nickel, chromium, cobalt, aluminum. So if you're keen on having none of those in your mouth, I would suggest an all ceramic or a non-metal crown. So avoid nickel crown also for children. You would notice a lot of pediatric dentists would be placing a lot of dental crowns. This is basically nickel. For your dentures or your partials, basically stainless steels contains nickel, chromium, cobalt, and all those alloys that I mentioned a while ago. So you can go for a non-metal partials. When you have a tooth extraction, make sure it's not just pulling out the teeth and they place a gauze on top and goodbye. I would suggest you have those periodontal ligaments removed, do a bit of bone socket debride, making sure it's clean so that healthy bone can regenerate. Root canals, I'm not a fan of root canals. In fact, all root canals are infected and would cause a lot of problems, focus infections most especially. This will give me one whole topic of discussion, maybe more than 1 hour when we discuss about the topic of root canals. So remember, when I see a lot of cancer patients and I will check the panoramic x-rays and check the connections, a lot of times I will see a root canal on that particular teeth connected to the organ system. They're having a problem. Ang taas po ng coincidence, if you call it coincidence, 75-80%. Next slide, please. For gum or periodontal problems, well, my recommendation is an initial remedy may include, of course, oral prophylaxis. Natural remedies like golden seal extract in your mouth, swish it around for 3 minutes, and swallow, or place a piece of cotton or a gauze placed in the inflamed area, 3 to 5 nights for sore to heal. But of course, you caution for those pregnant women and those people allergic to ragweed. You do not use golden seal more than 1 week. Another option would be vitamin C with bioflavonoids. Okay, of course you can have it in oral or IV infusion. Next slide. Or you can have folic acid or a folic mouthwash for 1 minute twice a day. This will help relieve gum problems. Next slide, please. Now, when you're thinking of, you've heard a lot of things about amalgam fillings and the toxicity and all, and you would like to have it done or you want it to have it removed. You just don't go on your nearest dentist or your favorite dentist or dentist at the flat, and have it removed. There's a right protocol of removing it. I would suggest you don't touch it at all. If the dentist or the operator would not know or would not follow a certain protocol. We call it SMART, or the Safe Mercury Amalgam Removal Technique. This is the protocol set by the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology, which we follow. The next slide. We normally place local anesthetics, of course, in local infiltration on the area. Second, we place a napkin under the veneal dam to protect saliva leakage into the patient's face and increase patient comfort. Placement of a mesh drape over the patient's head and neck to protect the patient from aerosol spray. Mapapansin niyo po, hindi lang po yung bibig ang nakapalo, binalot din po namin yung face. Kasi mercury vapor or mercury can be absorbed through your skin. And this drape is basically wet, so that kung meron mercury molecules or mercury na pumunta dito, matatrap na po siya dyan. Okay. We administer an oxygen, compressed oxygen in the patient's nose, so that as we drill, she doesn't inhale mercury vapor. So there's an oxygen source The nose is covered with an oxygen source and the drain on top of it. And this is a negative ion generator, should be present in an operatory also. We call it an elephant suction, okay? And this is also inhibits or trap all those mercury vapor as you drill on the mercury amalgam filling. Placement of a low vacuum suction tip under the veneal dito po sa side, tapos may high vacuum suction so that all the mercury vapor should be sucked out. So wala hong, you do not swallow mercury that way. There should be a constant supply of water in the high speed. And of course, so that mercury particulates should go into the suction line. Removals of amalgams under the fillings, the bridge. Okay, not a speck of mercury should be left there, not a speck. Wala akong ipapatungan ng composite filling or may maiiwan. Okay, yes, next one. Then of course you adjust, of course, the fillings and back to its anatomy so that, everything will be again functioning well. Chlorella is basically used for extirpation so that all the remaining mercury, if any, inside the mouth will bind to the chlorella and of course you spit it out. IV infusion or homeopathic remedies can be administered before, during, or after the performance of the dental work, of course, to neutralize the stress of the dental treatment. Good. So basically, now if you're inside the dental clinic and you've heard all about this, my hope is that this lecture will better equip you to find a dentist that will adhere to the oath that all doctors take, which is first, do no harm. I hope they will honor your request and sometimes even make fun of you. I hope not. And some questions can be asked, like, does your office use mercury silver amalgam fillings? If they still use it, maybe you did think twice about it. Do you know how to remove amalgam safely? Feel free to ask. If they say, what do you mean? Then they don't know. Do you use a nose piece or a rubber dam during amalgam filling, amalgam removal? The correct answer is yes. Does your office have a way of testing compatibility for the materials that you would like to use? The correct answer again is yes. Does your office work or collaborate with other integrative or biological doctors for the purpose of detoxifying? They should be able to refer you to several offices. In this lecture, I do hope I have empowered you to take control of your own health care, specifically your oral health, integrative, biological, dental care that uses biocompatible materials in a safe office environment where treatment is designed to maintain and restore physical and mental health. Biological safe dentistry integrates dental care with other aspects of health, body, mind, and spirit to improve the patient's overall wellness. So thank you very much.
Any questions for our speaker? Questions? Dr. Chetty.
A lot of people, they are fond sometimes of root canal. What are the disadvantages of this condition? And why do you say it's highly effective?
But anyway, yung anatomy ulit. Okay. root canal teeth, I call it a cadaver root. When you do a root canal, you cut the nerve. Okay. When a filling doesn't, you have your filling and it doesn't work anymore because the decay goes underneath the nerve already, a dentist would recommend a root canal. What that is basically they make an opening or a window so that they'll be placing a needle-like instrument down the nerve and cut it. Remove the nerve. Remember that tooth I told you that the white vessels should come in all the way to the inside. But they cut the nerve. Okay, so what I'm saying, so the white blood cells cannot go inside already. So, ang MMDA hindi na makapasok. So may bakanting lote. Pag may bakanting lote, may nag-squatter. Anaerobic bacteria, streptococcus. So they became a source of bacteria. So yung immune system, natural soldiers natin, hindi na magampanan yung pag-eradicate ng bacteria. Because it's there. Wala na yung transport system going to the inside of the tooth. Wala akong kaibahan yan if you're diabetic. Di ba ho, hindi pwedeng masugatan yung peripherals, the tip of your tongue. Constricted ang blood vessel. Kaya those white blood cells cannot go there, cannot heal, cannot repair. Kaya nabubulok, it becomes gangrenous. So anong nangyayari? The surgeon would recommend cutting it where there's abundant supply of blood. We need blood. So if you have a dead toe, a dead kidney, a dead liver, you wouldn't like that. But with a dead tooth, they call it saving the tooth. Have you seen, where's the dentist here? Okay. When you do a root canal, they would recommend placing a cap or a crown. Bakit? Kung iniwan niyo ho yun, nangingitim. Have you seen anything dead? A dead tree, nangingitim. Patay na po eh. So they would always suggest placing a cap or a crown, a porcelain crown. So it's beautiful outside, but it's rotting inside. Kaya minsan, nangangamoy. Masama ang lasa. It's there. You can smile. Everything's there, but it becomes a haven. It releases bacteria. It releases anaerobic bacteria. What are these? These are bacteria that thrive in the absence of oxygen. Kasi hindi na nakakapasok po yung red blood cells, yung white blood cells supply all those oxygen. Kaya they become more potent and they mutate. Pag mababa ang immune system nyo, sino meron ka na? Halimbawa, puyat kayo. Mapapansin nyo, yung ngipin na yun, alam ko patay na yun. Bakit may nararamdaman pa ako? And you don't stop there. Know which tooth it is and go to the tooth and the body energetic interrelation, yung relation. Alamin nyo kung ano yung organ system na involved. Alamin nyo. Alamin nyo kung anong tooth number meron kayo. Alamin nyo kung ano yung connection sa tooth and the body relation. Have yourself monitor kila doktora, your alternative doctor. Alamin niyo kung ano yung organ system na mahina sa inyo a lot of times. It's connected to that too. Don't just take my word for it. Huwag po kayong maniwala kay Dr. Kara. My challenge is for you to know. You go, it's not just for smiling. You go, dentistry doesn't stop from just beautiful smile and function. There's no tool towards saving if it damages your immune system. Bottom line is always your immune system. I always see everyday cancer patients and when I check the connections, root canal ang dami. Pasensya na po, I used to do root canals before. It's part of my bread and butter. But as I go down to this philosophy, the more I see, ang dami po eh. Well, it's not even an exact science if I may say it. Again, this is my opinion. You know, it's just like you insert those little like materials or inside. It's basically tactile. You don't have any eyes inside. Those the teeth. And you have to seal and make sure everything's clean, and sterilized, and sealed. Not a space. Okay. Now what they seal are what they call the nerve or the pulp, and they have this. You see, the teeth doesn't have just a space for the nerve. They have accessory canals. So they try their best to seal the canal para walang space na manirahan ang bacteria. But then they have those canals or dentinal tubules. It's just like sealing S-legs. But then you have cervix rod and all those accessories. So nasil mo, you disinfect mo yung S-legs, pero may sa kabila mayroon. So there's room for infection. And it remains infected. Once you remove those, subukan niyo po, pabunod kayo ng or ask your dentist, ano itsura ng root canal tip ang remove? Itim, patay yung baho, lahat ng bacteria nandun. And the infection doesn't stop on the tooth. It goes down the socket, it eats up your bone. So that when you remove all those root canals, you just don't remove the tooth. You have to clean the socket, the bone. Because it's, the invasion of infection goes away to the valvular socket also. That's why the association is recommending even doing, bore, at least 1 millimeter, i-grind nyo yung bone to enhance or to encourage regeneration of bone. Okay. Yes. Opo. Opo.
This morning, I encountered this man. He just removed his teeth 2 years ago. Then they are asking,
Yun. Sa sinasabi po niya, may pinakita po siya sa litrato sa akin. Sana makita. Yung buko doon, napakalaki. Tapos, buhay pa po ba siya ng pasyente na?
I met him this morning sa lapit.
Opo.
So, lumapit sa akin yung molecular po siya. Tapos, tinanong ko kung ano dahilan. Binunod na sarili ng KPS sa Then,
So, huwag niyo pong mamalitin ang ipin, sinasabi ko po sa inyo. Wala po. Yes. Yes, sir.
In your experience, do you have any connection between a root canal and spinal where you're missing the cartilage?
Okay, it's like this. It's the connection between the body and every parts of your body. Okay. As I was saying, you do not separate the tooth from the body. Everything that you do, what you place, if there's trauma there, it may affect everything. Not to mention, it's not just focal infection I'm saying. I'm also talking about the distribution of chi, of energy. If there might be blockage there, and all that, you wouldn't like that. Okay, so make sure, it's not just, it doesn't stop on mercury, it doesn't just stop on heavy metal poisoning, it doesn't stop on all that. So what I'm saying, yes, there should be a connection also there. Clean up the connection. I always say, know which tooth is connected to all this part of your body that you're having problems, and check which tooth it is, and have your biological dentist clean it up for you. 75 to 80% of a patient illness originates from the teeth. If you have something chronic na hindi gumagaling, check the teeth. Detox kayo ng detox, chelation kayo ng chelation, cleansing kayo ng cleansing. Kung mayroong pinagmumulan pa sa ngipin, paulit-ulit. You work on the source of the problem. Check the teeth.
you very much, Dr. Robin Navarro.
Thanks, Dr. Nelson Gaba, for being very honest to us regarding root canal failure. I've seen a lot of people who underwent this condition, and I know they're still suffering until now. I think that's a perennial suffering forever. Regarding what you presented, toxic metals, I have read that 1 tablespoon of mercury is enough to poison the food lake. Just 1 tablespoon. And I remember when I was a student, during my student years in the 1960s, I encountered a lot of Guillain-Barré syndrome, nerve problems, multiple sclerosis, as you mentioned, and motor neuron disease, Lou Gehrig's disease. I was surprised, there's so much in the hospital. And at that time, they were using mercurial diuretics. And that was causing also a lot of these neurological problems. It just came to my mind. And besides that, it created a lot of problems in the kidneys. Many developed kidney failure because of this mercurial diuretics until it was withdrawn in the market. So as I said, we have to look for the cause and get rid of the cause. So right now, toxic metals like lead, cadmium, arsenic, and mercury, they are found. They are now all in the oceans, from the land down to the oceans, and they are found in the all bottom dwellers, crabs, shells, shrimps, oysters, and those fish without scales. Hito, tulingan, tuna, tambakol, kanigi. Kaya nga, sa lahat ng isda ang may cancer lang, hito, that's lymphoma. So just for you as guidance, in the river and the sea, what the Bible says is eat only fish with fins and scales and seaweeds for your protection for cancer and many other conditions. Thanks again, Dr. Gata.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robin. Dr. Robin, can you stay? I know there's a lot of questions for Dr. Gaba, so you can ask Dr. Gaba more questions as we have a 10-minute break after this award. And the Philippine College for the Advancement of Medicine gives the certificate of appreciation to Nelson Marie L. Gaba, TMD, for being a resource person in the 12th Annual Conference Program on the Power of Natural Healing, entitled Toxic Dentistry, How to Protect Yourself and Your Family. Given November 9 to November 10, 2013. Thank you, and signed Dr. Navarro. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who have more questions later on, the speakers are available. And our next speaker later, in about 10 minutes from now, is a we have a very distinguished lecture after it. That's in the name of Dr. Jimmy Galvestan. And ladies and gentlemen, please have some coffee break and go for the exhibit. And we hope to see you in exactly 10 minutes. Thank you. College of Medicine and the President of the Health Futures Foundation Incorporated. He was the Vice Chancellor for Research of the University of the Philippines, Manila, Executive Director of the National Institute of Health in the Philippines from 2002 to 2005. He served as the Regional Advisor in Health and Nutrition for East Asia and Pacific for the UNICEF in 1996. He served as the Philippine Department of Health Secretary in 1995 and as Undersecretary and Chief of Staff from 1992 to 1994. He's a product of the University of the Philippines College of Medicine and was one of the most outstanding interns and clerks. And he earned his master's in public health with Letter of Excellence at the Prince Leopold Institute of Tropical Medicine in Antwerp, Belgium, and fellowship in 2000 at the Bill and Melinda Gates Institute of Leadership and Management at Johns Hopkins, Bloomberg School of Public Health in Maryland, United States, and a visiting research fellow in 2013 at the Research Institute for Humanity and Nature, Kyoto, Japan. There is so much to read, and this man needs no further introduction because everyone in the Philippines knows our next speaker. It is our pride, honor, and a great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. It's no other than Dr. Jimmy Z. Galvez-Tan. Let's give him a big round.
Thank you, Jojo. Maraming salamat for that very kind introduction. A warm and pleasant good afternoon. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Especially to our foreign audience, although this lecture is dedicated to every Filipino. Kasi po, tayo'y Filipino, we are Filipinos. I'd like to speak occasionally in the language of our birth, of course, that we have chosen. Gusto ko po sanang sabihin na tayo Pilipino pero wala tayong alam sa kulturang Pilipino, lalo na sa medisinang Pilipino. At dito po, nandito tayo sa Philippine College for the Advancement of Medicine. Ako po nasa Advancement of Filipino Medicine. So again, for the foreign speaking audience, I'm just saying that we are Filipinos. Unfortunately, we don't know so much about our own cultural heritage, and we ourselves are more open to cultures outside of the country, and because of our own colonial culture. But this time, for this particular lecture, I'd like you to have a Filipino soul, a Filipino mind, a Filipino spirit, body, mind, and spirit. So maraming salamat po for this wonderful opportunity. This is 35 years of research from Batanes to Tawi-Tawi. It is actually my own research together with my wife, of course, who is also a nurse and who travels all around the country and who live with me in Mindanao, learning about Filipino traditional medicine among the indigenous peoples of Mindanao, whether from Tawi-Tawi, Sulu, Basilan, and Zamboanga to all the way up to Surigao and Agusan. Okay, so let me now tell you this. I call it Foundations for Filipino Traditional Medicine. A book will come out of this next year. It is already 85% finished. And our traditions of Filipino healing in the context of Filipino health. Okay. Let me just say as a warning that while I had done this research for so long and continues to do it up to now, in fact, I have another book ready ahead of its time, 100 Filipino healers, traditional healers, and there is an anthology and it will come out in February. It was supposed to come out today, but unfortunately, I will launch another book at 5 o'clock. Surprise, it's a free book, so you'll get all of it for free. But starting January, it will cost 600 pesos, so you might as well get it today. Okay. Anyway, let me just warn everybody that what you will hear is what you get. There may be explanations or not, because the warning is that very few, probably I would say of 100 million Filipinos, I can count on 10 people who study Filipino traditional medicine. We just do not do enough research on Filipino traditional medicine. We do more research. Well, even though I'm a member of PCAM, we do more research on external external to the Philippines help instead of our own Filipino tradition. So let me just say that I give it raw. Some already I have the Filipino explanations and the scientific explanation. But since this is just a, well, 1 hour and probably I'll cut it to 45 minutes because we're already so late in this forum, I would just like to warn about that. So just in case, please ask questions and I will give my contact numbers to this. Next slide, please. So let me just say that when I talk of Filipino traditional medicine, it reflects the ethnographic diversity of the nation's indigenous communities. It's a total of 11 million Filipinos, around 134 indigenous communities of the Philippines. It's a summary of the folk heritage, customs, and conventions. Next slide. It is an outgrowth of also, aside from the indigenous peoples of the Philippines, as I said, 11 million, around 134 tribes in all. It is also a cultural exchange and transplantation affected by the millennia in which Filipino beliefs, knowledge, and practices have evolved. What do I mean by this? Before the Spanish came, we have been in touch with Arabian traders from Persia, as evidenced already by Persian artifacts that have been dug up. We have already been with India, as we see most of our great language, a great number of our words in our language are in Sanskrit. But if you will notice, Mahal is one of them. Mahal is very much Sanskrit. And you know all of this, there are still more than 100 words or more. And then of course the Chinese. In fact, Chinese have been here, there are neighbors, but imagine how can Persian, Arabian traders arrive here. But they have arrived. So unfortunately, the history is dominated by Europe and the United States. We only get Magellan coming here, but actually there were more people that knew about the Philippines early on. It is also the integration of the healer's personal and communal chronicles and the nation system. Let me just remind you that it is so interwoven with Philippine history. Okay. Next slide. So just looking back, of course, if I look back, when the Spanish came, most of our healers were also priests and priestesses, particularly women. Women had a very, very strong role in healing and praying and spirituality in the Philippines. But the Spanish, at that time of the era of the Middle Ages, in the Dark Ages, they are a patriarchal society. No women should ever be part of any decision-making, except Queen Isabella, but some stroke. But at the same time, the church was very patriarchal. They could not believe that women can be priestesses in the Philippines. So what did they do? They massacred all of the Babaylans. Well, not all, because some were able to escape to the mountains and therefore continue their tradition. And they have survived. I'd like you to buy the book, Babaylan, by Grace Nono. He went up, she's also one of our great researchers in Filipino traditional medicine. A book that just came out this year, of which was her thesis 3 years ago. I happen to be part of the thesis panel. And I hope next year PCAM will invite Grace Nono to discourse on the Babaylan. She just interviewed 10 Babaylans. Just to give you this book, I'd like you to buy it. It's very, very nice. She recorded the chants, the healing chants of these 10 Babaylans. So there are 2 CDs in the book. First, the original chants, and then she sings it herself with her own magnificent voice. By the way, Grace Nono has one of the most magnificent voice in modern day Filipino. So I hope you know her. She's a graduate of the Philippine High School for Sciences and Arts in Los Baños. Anyway, in Mount Makiling. So let me just say that when the Americans came, bringing scientific medicine, particularly starting 1903, all Filipino healers, healots, herbolarios were again wiped out. And do you know what made the Filipinos survive during the Japanese occupation? Filipino traditional medicine. Without Filipino traditional medicine, probably the Filipino people would have been wiped out by the, of course, by Japanese rule and cutting off so much on healthcare as provided by the then American forces. And of course, right now, I'm sad to say that even the Department of Health has become instrumental, particularly local government, in putting to jail our heroes, particularly traditional birth attendants, just because of maternal mortality ratios. I see a lot of local governments putting to jail or penalties. So, wow, it's almost another Spanish Inquisition that has transpired. So as you can see, despite all of this onslaught, the Filipino traditional medicine has survived. Why has it survived? Because it is effective. Why is it effective? Because Filipinos would have died before the Spanish, before the Americans. And now, why have they survived? By the way, right now, 6 out of 7 Filipinos still die without seeing a doctor, a nurse, or a midwife. Right? So what does it mean? They still go to our heroes and Polaris, but we managed to survive. Okay, just to say that in 1978, finally, the World Health Organization and 160 ministers of health at the time from 167 countries signed a document called the Alma-Ata Health for All Primary Healthcare Strategy. And it says traditional medicine must be integrated into a country's healthcare system to achieve healthcare for all. 2000 have passed, 1978, it's now 2013. That's already, 35 years since then. But still no traditional medicine integrated into the Philippine healthcare system. Even that we do have, of course, acupuncture and chiropractic and homeopathy. Okay, now already as recognized by PCAM. It took the United States 11 years. 11 or is it 21? 21 years before it recognized what did the WHO declare. So remember, even the US, strong and mighty as itself, took 21 years before it started to look into traditional medicine. So why did it start to use traditional medicine? Because the American public were already demanding knowledge about traditional medicine. But the Americans, the American Medical Society, of course, refused to call it traditional medicine. Otherwise, they have to recognize Native American medicine. No, really. And up to now, the Americans have not recognized that the First Nation of the United States are the Native Americans. The first nation to recognize the First Nation, I'm talking of First Nation, the first country to recognize First Nation is, of course, Canada, recognizing that Canada belongs to the First Nation of indigenous Canadians. Well, at the time, they were not yet called Canadians, but just indigenous North American people. And the second country in the world is New Zealand, and the third is Australia. It will be the day of the world when the United States recognize the Native Americans. And mind you, there is a Native American medicine which survives up to now. But who knows about Native American medicine here? Probably except for my good friend Tom, who is from New Mexico. New Mexico is full of Native Americans. Okay, so but instead the United States called it complementary alternative medicine, CAM, C-A-M, because they're so powerful, you're just complementary. You're just alternative. You cannot be mainstream. See how derogatory these words are. Huh? For me, it's derogatory because the WHO defined it as tradition. And when it is tradition, it is inherently magnificent and beautiful. But when you call it complementary, junk ka lang. Alternative, walang kwenta ka, alternative ka. It is, I hope you recognize that it is indeed a derogatory term to all others outside of American culture. or even within American culture. Do you know that chiropractic is originally North American and osteopathy, but osteopathy now they have recognized, but chiropractic is still not officially recognized by the American Medical Association. Next slide. So even modern traditional medicine or alternative medicine is not recognized. Just in the Philippines, of course, we finally entered into modern communication with China in the 70s by learning acupuncture. And would you believe 30 Filipino medical doctors, all women, were the first one to go to China in 1970, followed then therefore by males. So again, I'm happy to note that Filipino women are always in the forefront of learning something new, something radical. Okay, and by the 1980s, Filipino physicians were training already in China, and even herbal medicine production was started. And of course, when I was in the Department of Health, we formally established a traditional medicine unit. At that time, we promoted medicinal plants, acupuncture, and therapeutic massage. So let me just say, if there are two aspects of Filipino traditional medicine well studied, it is medicinal plants. Because again, of DOST and Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, when there was an integrated medicinal plants research starting 1978, and of course therapeutic massage by the Department of Health, and more promoted during our time. Next slide. And I was happy to know that De La Salle, so we have a representative here to Dr. Shirley, my boss and my inspiration in OBGYN when I was a student, inaugurated the Center for Indigenous Medicine with then Brother Andrew Gonzalez, the first university of the Philippines to do so. And then in 1997, finally, the TAMA that brought forth things and why we have become, finally, because the Philippine, the Traditional Alternative PCAM Medicine Act of the Philippines called TAMA. And for the foreigners, TAMA means correct. Okay? Or, yeah, in essence, the correct, the right road to medicine was established, and it also established the Philippine Institute for Traditional and Alternative Healthcare. Okay, next slide. And at that time, as I said, PCAM started its birth, as well as the Philippine Association of Medical Acupuncturists. And by 2001, the UP College of Medicine started an elective course on integrative medicine, both in graduate and undergraduate courses. And the PGA started a traditional integrative medicine unit. Okay, next please. Just to say, in 2008, finally PTAC started the recognition of acupuncture and had an accreditation system. UERM also that year launched their Masters in Asian Health Practices. I'd like to congratulate at the time Dr. Tess, the BBC Yap, who promoted this. And in 2009, a new group called the Philippine Academy of Acupuncture was formed. I happen to be the president of this academy, and we're having our convention on Thursday. You're well invited at the Philippine Lung Center of the Philippines. Just a whole day, one day, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. I hope you can attend that also. Okay, next slide. And, okay, so what is health? We go by the definition, of course, global health as defined by WHO. Very radical definition. It's not only physical health, it's not only mental health. The most radical is social well-being. And of course, it finally said, not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Remember, this is 1948, 65 years ago, redefined or restated in 1978. But still, I still have to see a social medicine. In dentistry, a social medicine. In medicine, colleges of medicine, or nursing, or pharmacy, there is none. to speak of right now. Right? So this is by saying social well-being, okay, and the absence of disease. However, we still believe in the biomedical or medical, and this is what I think what PCAM is all about. Basically, I hope we don't go to the biomedical, but we go to the holistic definition, wherein it is biomedicine is disease-oriented, is only understanding the person from his anatomy, histology, biochem, physiology, and pathology, not his soul, not his spirit, not his mind, and etc. as you can see. Okay? And the medical model is dependent on diseases. So we always see what are the 10 leading causes of death, 10 leading causes of illness. Why not the 10 leading causes of health? Or the 10 leading causes of happiness? Nobody looks into it. That is true health. So it is really the Department of Health is a department of diseases. When you're in the hospitals, are hospitals of diseases rather than hospitals of health. Next slide. Okay. So the World Health Organization has a definition. It's very respectful. If you read this definition, it is a very respectful definition compared to the American definition of complementary alternative therapy. Okay, so I will not read it. It's there for you to read. And this particular lecture of mine is free for all to accept, and you can have copies of it through PCAM, and you can get copies of this. Just ask it from okay, anyway, next slide. Then, of course, this is the definition of complementary alternative medicine by the United States. As you can see, it's very derogatory. Considered, presently, not presently considered to be part of conventional medicine. Yung mga echapuera, kayo yun. Ha? Dinaretso na nila. Kayong mga echapuera, kayo yung CAM. Wala na lang tawaging scam. Ayun, okay, next slide. Next slide, please. And of course, PITA, our law, describe it as other forms of non-allopathic, occasionally non-indigenous, or important healing methods. Kasi PITA wanted to recognize both the modern, like chiropractic, both the traditional 4,000-year-old acupuncture, or even Ayurveda. Okay, and of course, even our own. No? Ang reklamo ko lang, sabi ko nga, Dr. Orduño was here. While PITA started to recognize acupuncture, chiropractic, and homeopathy, these are all alien to the Philippines. Go, paano naman yung mga herbolaro at mga hilo? Wala ba tayong accreditation at licensing? Okay, we will start next year, and I'm happy that PITA has commissioned my organization, Health Futures, to document all hilos, herbolarios, matatawas, magkukulang in the Philippines, from Batanes to Tawi-Tawi, at the cost of 60 billion pesos. Eh, may pera naman ng DOS, may pera ng syntax. Next slide. And eto, sa akin po naman, when I define holistic medicine, as you can see, I expanded the definition. And this was inspired from the Filipino. No? So sabi ko nga, it's not only mental, physical, social, but it is also spiritual, emotional, and environmental. This is because of my interaction with more than 1,000 Filipino traditional leaders since I started my medical practice in 1975. And what is important is quality of life. I think this is, PCAM has not really officially stated it, but probably this is my advocacy within PCAM itself. What we care about is quality and not really quantity. Okay. And of course, I would like to say that the way we should practice medicine in the Philippines, we can help it, is by the fusion of the best of Asian and Filipino medicine with, of course, North American European medicine. But how can we practice the best of Filipino medicine if we do not know it? So allow me to introduce you to Filipino traditional medicine. Next slide. Okay, yung unang-unang kong kaisipan, I will speak in Filipino because it is in English language. Ang isa pong kaisipan na malawak na at malalim na kaisipan na Pilipino ay meron pong kalawakan at sangkatauhan. Napakahalaga. At ang kailangan po rito ay ang kanilang pag-uugnay at ang tamang pag-uugnay ng tao, ng sangkatauhan, sa kalawakan, sa kalikasan, sa kanyang kapwa at sa sarili niyang katawan, isip at damdamin at kalooban. Okay. Next slide. Again po, this is again in English, but for our Filipino counterparts, hindi ko pong sabihin ito sa Pilipino. Pag tinatanong ko po ang mga hilot at mula at magtatawas, ano po ang kalusugan? At sasabihin nila, ang kalusugan ay ang mabuting kaugnayan sa katauhan sa kalawakan. Ang mabuting kaugnayan sa katauhan sa kalikasan. Mabuting kaugnayan sa katauhan sa kanyang kapwa-tao. At ang mabuting kaugnayan sa kanyang katawan, kaisipan, kalooban at kaluluwa. Palakpak naman dyan, hirap-hirap ako ng mga isip. Pagdabi pa ako pa-practice niyan, di ba? Okay. Okay, ayun po yung English. That's the English translation of what I just said in Filipino. And when you talk to any herbularyo, hilot, magtatawa, spiritista, ganyan po sila sumagot. So, kung hindi nyo pa ako nakukuha ko, hindi nyo pa ako sila kinakausap ng maayos. Okay, and great, sige po. Next slide. Ayan po yung Tagalog na binanggit ko lang para hindi nyo makalimutan. And of course, you can get this, ano rin mo, Rio? Rio Mendoza. Okay, si Rio Mendoza may hawak ng aking kaluluwa dito sa lecture nito. Ayan. Pwede nyo po na libre. Okay, otherwise, this will cost you 1,000 pesos. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Gusto ko lang ipakita, pag pinakinggan nyo po yun, no? Anong sinasabi ng ating ilot? Again, this is in English and Tagalog. There are actually two triads in the Philippine healing belief system. The first triad is the external relationship. The relationship with the universe. And when I ask, ano po ang nasa kalawakan? Sasabihin ng mga hilot, si Patala, ang tanging may kapal, ang ating Panginoong Diyos. Diba? Which means the Filipino, the original indigenous Filipino, is a spiritual Filipino. Even before the Spanish came. At ang kaugnayan sa kalikasan, the external relationship with nature. Why are we having all of these typhoons, these earthquakes? It's how we relate with our environment. We have disrespected. Every one of us, each one of us has thrown a candy wrapper, a small piece of paper, a chewing gum, somewhere in the universe, in our earth. That we are part of the destruction of our own nature. And we're paying for it. We have not paid. A large earthquake is about to come to the Philippines in the next 50 years. Okay. According to, because it's the 600 years that we have not experienced really the big earthquake that we know will happen in the Marikina Fault. So if you happen to live along the Marikina Fault, please transfer your residence if you want to be scientific. Or else, huwag na lang kayo magtapon. Start planting native Filipino trees. Okay. The other one is, of course, the internal relationship of body, mind, and spirit. See how beautiful this is? And so much more universal, so much more holistic than even what the WHO has done. So with these two triads, and you fuse them together, next slide. So you would have the star, of course, the Star of David, or even the, these are all the symbols of Hindu, symbols of Judaism, symbols of Christianity, symbols of all religions actually. The mandala, for example, is also this. When you look at the 6 dimensions of health and wellness and well-being fused together, but in the Filipino context, the external relationship and the internal relationship of humankind. Next slide, please. So you can see how deep the philosophy of Filipino traditional medicine is. And that's the equivalent, of course, next slide. And equivalent of body, mind, and soul, and of course the heart for emotional, the hand for the social, and the feet for environment. Yan. Yung sinasabi nga, wala lang itong ngipin, pero sige lang yan. Kasi kanina hearing Dr. Gaba about every part of our body is interconnected. It's very true as this two triads show. Next slide. Interrelated. And there is disease if there is disharmony. So ang tinanong ko paano po ang sakit? Ang sakit kapag naputol ang kaugnayan ng sangkatauhan sa kalawakan at kapag naputol ang kaugnayan sa kalikasan at sa kanyang kapwa at sa kanyang sariling kaluluwa, kaisipan at katawan, ay nandyan ang kasakitan, kalungkutan, kamatayan. Violence. Thank you. Kasi memorize ko siya. Okay, next slide. Ito po yung philosophy of the Filipino. And of course, yan, bakit nagkakasakit ang tao? When you cut your ties with God, you cut your ties with the environment, you start ruining the rivers, and you start cutting the trees, then you pay for it. And of course, when you cut your ties with your friends, with your fellow human beings, you have decided to be a hermit, okay, and just say no to friendship, then that's also the end. Okay, hindi tayo tumutulong sa ating kapwa. We do not even, like now, I hope, of course, all of us have cleaned up our cabin.